Well, good morning. And I'd like to, good morning. I'd like to call the Planning Committee meeting for January the 19th to order this morning. And I'll just go through a few of the procedures. So I've called it to order at 9:02. I'm verbally confirming all members of the committee are present, except Councillor Roberts. And I can also say that the CAO, the clerk, Director of Development Services and Environmental Sustainability, and other members of staff are present. And public input was on the agenda, was invited through the email to the township. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. We also have a supplementary agenda today. And we will have Ken Pierce, Friends of Muskoka, to provide public comments on item 8A, Community Planning Permit System. And the second one would be Steve Fauner, Muskoka Lakes Association, to provide public comments item 8A, Community Planning Services. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Speaking times. Invited delegation who have registered to speak prior to the posting of the agenda. Item 4, invited delegations are permitted 5 minutes to speak. Those who wish to speak during one of the legislative public meetings are allowed 5 minutes to speak. Pre-registration is not required for those wishing to provide public comments on any meeting agenda item other than the legislative public meetings included in the supplementary agenda and the planning committee meeting. Public comments are permitted 5 minutes to speak. Pre-registration is not required. And the way it will be handled is the planner will introduce the application. Then we'll have the applicant or applicant's agent speak. Those who wish to speak in support of the application or those who wish to speak in opposition to the application, and a rebut by the applicant or applicant's agent. And then the committee will ask questions. And motions. The motions have been pre-populated with random movers and seconders to expedite the meeting. Voting members shall physically raise their hand until the chair has confirmed the vote. If the vote is unclear, a verbal vote members shall physically raise their hand until the chair has confirmed the vote. If the vote is unclear, a verbal vote shall be recorded by the clerk. This is not considered a recorded vote. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to say that Sam Sawyer will be leaving the township at the end of the month. And Sam has always established a good relationship with the committees, contributed much to the township, and will be missed. As such, I think it would be a nice gesture if we advise the committee and, of course, the public. And Sam has been with the public for 3 years now. He's handled a number of complex development applications. It was an excellent mentor and role model for a number of staff. And we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Sam, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam.
Would you like to say something, Sam? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for your comments. I was hoping to be in the office today, but I've been fighting the flu for the last couple of days. But thank you very much for that. My time with the township has been very rewarding for me. We really have a truly amazing team at the township. The staff is really amazing, and the planning department, always very professional and great to work with. And I just also wanted to, I guess, that seeing I have this opportunity, take a minute or a few seconds just to say thank you to Planning Committee and Council for your tireless commitment to the township, and also your always very high level and truly impressive engagement in planning matters. It's appreciated. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. All the best. Okay, and the first order of business is a report from the chief building official on the fees and charges bylaw.
Thank you, Chair Edwards and members of the committee members. Before you today is Building Report 2024-01, required by the Building Code Act. A public meeting shall be held to review any changes or new fees imposed. As discussed, and by way of the Building Report 2023-06 and Council's decision to award contract to Envision Consultants, we now seek to implement the fees as presented in Envision's RFP submission. Upon approval of these fees, they will be incorporated into Schedule H of the fees and charges bylaw. And I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you. Through you to, well, I'm just going to go to the chief building official, but I'm just curious. I thought we didn't have, I'll just say council, that you guys do your own thing in the building department. I'll just like under that act and things. And I just wanted to others to understand that we only have so much input, I guess.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. That is generally correct, but there are legislative requirements in terms of the imposition of fees and changes to fees. So in this case, we've gone through the RFP submission. We've had the council meeting last month, at which it was agreed or council directed to engage Envision Consultants as the phase 2 inspection provider, and the fees associated with that program were discussed. And this is wrapping up that process to finally impose those fees as appropriate and follow through on the statutory requirements of the Building Code Act.
Okay. And I guess I should ask, is there anyone from the public wishing to make a comment on this? Anyone online? Okay, any other questions? Seeing none. Moved by Councillor Burry, second by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that committee approve the phase 2 inspection fees as detailed in report building 2024-01, and the staff be directed to prepare an amended bylaw for Schedule H of fees and charges bylaw 23-109 for council's approval. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay. Now we're going to consents and zoning bylaw amendment and consent applications. And the first one is report 24-002, and that is B 5152 23 ML and zoning bylaw amendment 3723 and bylaw 2023-131, Clough and Fong. And that is Ms. Walker.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Edwards. The first applications to be heard are B 515223 ML amended and ZBA 3723 bylaw 2023-131 in the name of Clough and Fong. The subject properties are known municipally as 1603 and 1611 Peninsula Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketches starting on page 29 of the agenda package and to the sketch on the screen in front of you today. Staff note that an amended consent sketch, apologies. Staff note that an amended consent sketch was submitted after circulation of the application, and that is the sketch in front of you today, and it's also attached to your agenda package. 2 consent applications have been submitted for lot additions. The first lot addition will sever a portion of the retained lot 1, the Fong property, and add it to the neighboring lot to the north, retained lot 2, which is the Clough property. The second lot addition will sever a portion of retained lot 2, the Clough property, and add it to the neighboring lot to the south, retained lot 1, which is the Fong property. It's essentially a swap of lands. A zoning bylaw amendment application has also been submitted, and if approved, will provide exemptions from waterfront residential WR4 zone minimum lot requirements for resultant lot 1, Fong, and number 2, Clough, to recognize the resultant dock width on resultant lot number 2, and to recognize the resultant lot coverage on resultant lot 2. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 28 days in advance, and 5 submissions have been received to date. The comments are summarized as follows. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Manager of Public Works, Sandy Bosch, that Township Building Inspector, and Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka, and Bell Canada. These comments have all been circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, but I can read any comments in full at the request of committee. I've prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that consent application B 515223 ML amended, Clough and Fong be approved, subject to the standard conditions of consent which are outlined in the staff report. In addition to the conditions in the staff report, staff are also recommending a condition that any necessary easements over the subject lands are from the comments that were received from Bell Canada. Staff have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3723, bylaw 2023-131 Clough and Fong be approved, subject to the following minor amendments. First, that the lot area of resultant lot 1 Fong and the frontage of resultant lot 2 Clough be updated. Oh, and the updated resultant cumulative dock width of resultant lot 2 Clough be revised along with any necessary revisions to Schedule 2. And number 2 is that exemptions from the minimum lot area requirement and maximum lot coverage requirement be removed for resultant lot 2. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. Is the applicant or applicant's agent here wishing to speak on this?
We do have one of the applicants as well joining from too.
Okay, can you bring them in, please?
There.
If the applicant on Zoom wishes to speak, you can speak now, please.
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions from the members? No? Moved by Councilor McIntyre, second by Councilor Nishikawa. Be it resolved, the planning committee recommend to Township Council the consent application B 51, 52, 23, ML, Clough and Fong, rolls 4-11-035 and 4-11-044 be approved, subject to the following conditions. 1, that a satisfactory registrable description deed of the separate lot, along with any registered right-of-ways or easements, be submitted to the township, along with a registered copy of the reference plan. 2, that any necessary easement over the subject lands be granted to Bell Canada. 3, that a legal undertaking be submitted by the acting solicitor, which confirms that consent certificate for consent application P50 amended will be registered simultaneously. And 4, the legal undertaking be submitted by the acting solicitor, which confirms that the severed lots will merge in title to the benefiting lots upon registration of the transfer/deed, which may include cancellations of consent if necessary. And 5, that a zoning bylaw amendment be provide exemptions from waterfront residential WR4 zoning minimum lot requirements for resultant lot number 1 Fong. Minimum lot frontage is required for resultant lot 2 Clough, and to recognize the resultant thought with on resultant lot 2 Clough be approved. Any questions or comments? Yes.
Yeah, it's a comment on the shoreline dock and the ramp that require relief from the maximum cumulative requirements. 50% over, and it's a dock all the way across a shoreline. Shame on the owner. This is just not a good practice.
Okay.
And I'll bet you they have geese and they probably complain about the goose.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Anyone opposed? Good. And with the second part, if you want to listen to that. If not, moved by Councillor Mazin, second by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 3723, bylaw 2023-131, Clough and Fong, roll 4-11-035 and 4-11-044 be approved with the following minor amendments. That the lot area on resultant lot 1 Fong, frontage on resultant lot 2 Clough, updated resultant cumulative dock width resultant lot 2 Clough be revised along with any necessary revisions of Schedule 2, and exemptions from the minimum lot area requirement and maximum lot coverage requirements be removed for resultant lot 2 Clough. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That's carried. And moved by Mayor Kelly, second by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council the zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 3723 and bylaw 2023-131 Clough and Fong, roll 4-11-035 and 4-11-044 be approved. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That's carried. Okay. And the next application is Plan 2024-003 and P 4823 ML and ZBA 40/23 and Bylaw 2023-135, the Centennial Avenue LLC, and that is Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. The next applications to be heard are concurrent consent application B 4823 ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 4023 in the name of the Centennial Avenue LLC. The subject lands do not have a municipally assigned address. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent and zoning sketch on page 57 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of consent application B 4823 ML is to sever a portion of the subject property and to add it to the abutting property to the north in the same ownership. The consent application also seeks to grant a right-of-way over an existing footpath traversing the retained lot in favor of the resultant lot. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 4023 is to provide an exemption from waterfront residential WR4 zone minimum lot requirements for the retained lot, and to recognize an interior side yard setback of the dock on the proposed southwesterly frontage of the resultant lot, and to recognize the width of the dock on the proposed southwesterly frontage of the resultant lot. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 26 days in advance of this meeting, and 6 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Tim Sopko, the township's manager of public works, and the district municipality of Muskoka's planning department, all stating no objection to the application. Comments were received from Sandy Boss, the township septic inspector, stating that ample area exists on the resultant lot for a replacement system, and that ample area exists on the retained lot for an on-site sewage system. A letter of support was submitted by Catherine Silbow, northerly property owner abutting the benefiting lot, expressing that the proposed applications seek to put into effect what has been lived practice of the lots for many decades. A letter of opposition was received by Clive Wilkins, area property owner, stating that the proposed severance should be amended to reflect lot lines which do not result in relief needed from the existing zoning bylaw, and citing concerns that the application could be precedent-setting. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that consent application B 4823 ML be approved subject to standard conditions of consent, and provided concurrent zoning bylaw amendment application be approved. Staff further recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 4023 be approved. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. Is the applicant or applicant's agent here wishing to speak? I believe it's Plansky.
I would, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, committee members, and staff. My name is Debbie Vandenacker, and I'm a senior planner at Planscape, located at 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. We've been supporting the Atwood and Clowney families as their agent with this application to adjust the existing parts of their 2 properties on Lake Joseph. In addition to the supportive report provided by staff, I wanted to provide the committee with some additional information that I hope may provide some helpful context. This property has been owned by the Atwood and Clowney families for decades, and they now wish to properly assign what is known on the application as Part 2 to the parcel that contains the existing cottage. Part 2 is a small 0.17 acre part that contains an existing dock that has always been used by the cottage families. No new lot is being created with these applications. Following approval of the consent application, the lots will be approximately the same size. So the cottage lot will be 1.67 acres in total area, and the retained or vacant lot will be 1.63 acres. The lot line adjustment represents 7,400 square feet of land. The zoning bylaw amendment will recognize the existing conditions on the lot. I understand there's been concern regarding the percent decrease in setback for the dock that I would like to address. Relief is required because of how frontage is calculated on that southwesterly side. There's, as you could see by the plan, there's still 140 meters of vacant frontage on that southwest side. The structure is a historic dock and there is no impact to the retained or vacant lot. There's also 68.5 meters of frontage on the retained or vacant lot on the southwesterly side, in addition to the 119.4 meters on the northeasterly side. So this is a peninsula. So there's a lot of available amenity space on the vacant or retained lot as well. The reason additional frontage was not requested so that the application could meet the zoning bylaw provisions is that Part 2 on the lands is already legally identified, and adjusting the lot lines according to the existing parts is appropriate and causes no negative impact to the neighboring properties or the lake. I'd like to point out that as Planning Committee evaluates each zoning bylaw amendment individually, no precedent is being set in terms of allowing a 30% reduction overall. When I read that concern, I believe that is the concern that somehow approving this application would represent committee just being okay with the 30% reduction overall. That's not the case, as you know. The other discussion point we've been made aware of is the footpath. The application simply recognizes the existing footpath, as you saw in that great photo, in use, and it's been in use for many, many years. There's no proposed change to the location or use of that path, just a legal recognition through an easement on the lands also owned by Atwood and Clowney families. So in summary, this application is a lot line adjustment that is shifting 0.17 acres of land from one parcel to the other in the same ownership. The application poses no impact and will in fact recognize through bylaw the existing undersized lots and recognize the existing condition of the dock on the south side of the property. In my opinion, the application represents good planning, and I'm in full agreement with staff's recommendation for approval. Thank you to Ms. Walker and Ms. Crowder for their help through the application process, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in support of this application? Or okay, either for or against, then that's fine. Bring them in, please.
Yeah, no comments from Kathy Atwood, one of the owners. Thank you.
Sorry, can you speak a little louder, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm Kathy Atwood. I'm one of the owners, and I don't have any other comments. Debbie covered it all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And there's no one else to speak on this application. Are there questions from the members? Seeing none. Moved by Councillor Burry, second by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that consent application B 4823 ML, the Central Avenue LLC Rule 4-5-43-01 be approved, subject to the following conditions. 1, that a satisfactory registrable deed of the separate lot, together with any required right-of-way or easements, be submitted to the township, along with a registered copy of the reference plan. 2, that a legal undertaking be submitted by the acting solicitor, which confirms that the separate lot will merge in title with the benefiting lot upon registration of the transfer/deeds, which may include a cancellation of consent if necessary. And number 3, the subsection 3 of section 50 of the Planning Act apply to any subsequent conveyance. And 4, that a zoning bylaw amendment application be approved to provide an exemption from waterfront WR4 zone minimum lot requirements for a retained lot to recognize the interior side lot line of the dock and the proposed southwesterly frontage of the resultant lot, separate lot plus benefiting lot, and to recognize the width of the dock on the southwesterly frontage of the resultant lot. Any questions or comments? Yes.
Through you, Chair Edwards, apologize. I just wanted to let you know that there is a comment in the Zoom. Somebody says they have a question, so I just wanted to let you know.
Okay, then, yeah. And who was
Who
that?
is this person? Like, it's not a counselor, it's not a.
Yeah, so this individual's name is Maureen. I don't know if we've moved past this point, but I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, I didn't realize that. And in fairness, we'll let them speak. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Your name?
Hi.
Postal code, please.
It's Maureen Kappas, 1181 Hamels Point Road, McTier, P0C1H0.
Okay, what would you like to say?
On page 13 of the documents that we received, there's a photograph here and figure 6 regarding the beginning of the proposed right-of-way footpath. And I just wanted to point out that that's actually incorrect. This footpath, as per the survey, is not where it's shown in this particular photo. It doesn't, it goes around this particular set of stairs.
Okay. And would you like to say anything else?
No, just that we want to ensure that it's noted that that's incorrect and that it be in. We know that the property, the retained lot, is up for sale. And we want to make sure that it is noted correctly.
Yeah. And can I have your name and address as well, sir?
Sure, it's Gerald Kappas, 1181 Hamels Point Road, McTier.
Okay, is that
Postal
same?
code. Yeah, it's the same.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to ask again, are there any questions or comments on this application? I've read it. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. In the next application.
Read the zoning.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Yeah, I was just kidding.
Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Councillor Zavich. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 4023 and bylaw 2023-135, the Centennial Avenue LLC roll 4-5-043-001 be approved. Any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Oh, can we have that removed and then I can see them? Thanks, sorry about that.
All those in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
Okay. And the next one is report plan 24-004 and ZBA 38-23 bylaw 2023-129 Doherty. And that is Ms. Barley.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3623, bylaw 2023-129 in the name of Doherty. The subject lands are known municipally as 1035 Halls Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 77 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is to construct a one-story garage with the required setback from a street, within the required setback from a street, and to recognize an existing septic system leaching bed distribution pipe within the required setback from the high water mark of Lake Rosso. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 30 days in advance of this meeting, and 3 comments have been received to date. The District of Muskoka has no objection in principle to the application as currently proposed. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, stating that the proposed garage shall maintain a 4.8 or 15.75 feet setback from overhead electrical conductors. Any site alteration related to excavation or filling associated with the proposed building shall not encroach into the EP1 zone. The building should be relocated to ensure any required excavation, fill, or site alteration does not encroach into the EP1 zone. The third and last comment was received from Tim Sopko, the township's manager of public works, stating a reduction in setbacks from the road allowance can present future maintenance issues and increased cost associated with tree maintenance. Public Works would prefer that a setback from the road allowance is achieved if possible, given the constraints of the site. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that the application be deferred until a revised zoning sketch illustrating the location of all existing buildings, structures, and features, as well as confirming that the proposed garage is located outside of the environmental protection zoning, as identified in the environmental impact study prepared by Riverstone Environmental Solutions, Inc. and dated July 31st, 2023. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Is the applicant or applicant's agent here wishing to speak on this?
Sorry. 2 years ago, and I'm just looking to build a garage to put some of my equipment in, tools and such, and I need a garage to put some of my stuff in, that's all.
I just wanted to confirm that the recommendation was to defer at this point.
That's fine, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I was just looking back at the recommendation, and we're recommending deferral, which is great. And we've asked for revised sketches, but we haven't asked them to try to find a way to meet the recommendation that it be moved farther away from the road. I obviously would like them to take a shot at finding a different location that would be closer to meeting the requirements. So I was just suggesting that perhaps the reasons for the deferral should also ask them to go back and try to rework the drawings per the last comment that was made by our planning department.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Mazin. Oh, I thought you were waving. Maybe there's a fly there.
I was waving, but that's because I couldn't hear you. I don't believe your mic was on for a period where you were speaking.
Oh,
thank
you. Thank you. And Councillor Bosworth.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to staff. Do we expect that there will be a requirement to remediate the encroachment into the environmental area and the buffer? This lot looks a little challenging to be able to contain a garage of this size, and clearly it's already been encroached.
Okay, thank you. Would staff like to answer that?
Through you, Chair Edwards, and good morning, committee. It's an enforcement matter at this point. I do know that the township's chief bylaw enforcement officer has been in communication with the applicant. And I would note that, depending on how this plays out, if we're back to committee, the application is deferred. there is the option to impose site plan control as part of any approval from this committee. And as part of that process, we could double down both through enforcement if it's needed, or to remedy any cleared areas, or if we think additional vegetation is required, and also to address any filled areas that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. A supplementary, and that supplemental. Yes. Supplemental. Yes.
I was just suggesting that perhaps a one-car garage would fit, if it's just for tools, one car garage would save a lot of space and reduce the proximity to the street. So I'm hoping they're going to reconsider that when they come back.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Nishikawa.
My question through you to, I think, staff is not rushing this back to us, only because with the snow cover, I'm not sure how much we're gonna see over the next month difference, and I can be corrected on that, but I just want to know that we're not gonna receive this back and then, have issues that we didn't see because of the snow.
Okay, thank you very much. Would staff like to answer something on that?
Through you, Chair Edwards, I would note that the property is subject to quite a lengthy planning approval history, and staff have good photos of the property over the course of many years. And I believe although there's been a lot of snow that has fallen recently, I believe the latest site visit that was undertaken by Miss Darling, I don't think there was a whole lot of snow on the ground. I'd have to look at the photos here. But we can certainly take your comments into consideration and gauge our comfort level in bringing the matter back if committee defers it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? It would ask for a deferral. Is that what the committee would like? I see a show of hands just on that. Straw poll. Okay, we're going to defer that and now get everything corrected. Okay, okay. Moved by Councilor Nishikawa, second by Councilor Burry. Be it resolved that a decision on zoning bylaw application ZBA 3623 Doherty be deferred until such time as the following has been submitted to the satisfaction of the
Aye.
council. One.
Oh, sorry, I'm just on one.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. A revised zoning sketch illustrating the location of all existing buildings, structures, and features, as well as confirming that the proposed garage is located outside the environmental protected zone, and that as identified in the environmental impact study prepared by Riverstone Environmental Solutions, Inc. and dated July 31st, 23. So that's for a deferral. All those in favor? That's carried. Yes. I'm sorry, I thought you were voting too. Yeah, what would you like to? What would you like to say?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's too late at this juncture. I was only raising my hand just to flag the fact that I believe committee had directed staff to consider a reduction in the size of the garage or bringing it into compliance with the bylaw as much as possible. And I was just going to note that should in essence be reflected in the resolution. Thank you.
We can amend it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
let's vote on this and then
Okay, so all those in favor? Okay.
And so we'll take 5 minutes to.
We're going to take 5 minutes. We might as well take 10 minutes and have a comfort break.
Let's take a share.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Sorry for the slight delay. And we'll call the meeting back to order. We're just waiting for a resolution to be printed. Okay, and that was resolution 4, wasn't
It's okay, I'll number it, not to worry.
Okay.
Just-
So this is another resolution, and this is a resolution by Council, moved by Councilors Abbott, second by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved, the resolution be amended to add that consideration be given to achieving an increased setback and a reduced grass size, recognizing the constraints on the property. So any questions or comments on that? All those in favor? That's carried.
We need to. And then we just need to ask them to vote to
Okay,
the main motion as amended.
and then I'd like to call the question, the main motion as amended by saying all in favor of the main motion as amended. That is carried. Yeah, get motion sickness, eh? And the next application,
Just,
oh, sorry,
just send this one that we didn't stay. Do you want to speak to that, David, or will I? We're sending one. I'm happy to address it. Just pass it.
Thank you, through the chair. For the first application on today's agenda, in the name of Clough and Fong, unfortunately, an extra resolution was read for the zoning bylaw amendment. So I believe just procedurally, we need to rescind that. Thank you.
okay, so moved by Mayor Kelly, second by Councilors Abbott, be it resolved that resolution PLN-4-19/01/24 be rescinded. All those in favor? That's carried.
Apologies for that. I know. That's what scared
I'll
me.
give you that
I
back.
thought it was going too well.
Yeah. And the next application. The next application is 24-005, that'd be a 38/23. Had to. And that is Ms. Darwin.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3823, bylaw 2023-133 in the name of Natu. The subject lands are known municipally as 1 Victoria Island M5. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on pages 114 and 115 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is to demolish a sleeping cabin with associated sun decks and construct a new and large sleeping cabin with associated sun decks. Notice of this public hearing under the Planning Act was circulated 29 days in advance of this public meeting, and 2 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, stating that the property is served by 2 sewage systems. One serves 2 cabins, which is 5 bedrooms, and the other system serves a cabin and a cabin dwelling, 2 bedrooms. The sewage system supporting the dwelling will be reviewed at the time of permit application. Improvement or replacement may be required at that time. Comments were also received from Tim Sopko, the township's manager of public works, stating that no comment from the Public Works Department. Oh. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3823, bylaw 2023-133 NATU be approved, subject to the following minor amendments. One, the references to dwelling/cottage number 3 in section 1 to become a sleeping cabin being changed. An updated schedule 2 to accurately depict the use of existing and proposed habitable buildings, 3 dwellings and 1 sleeping cabin be required. A height exemption to permit a sleeping cabin height of 26.5 feet being included, and an elevation drawing of the proposed sleeping cabin being included as Schedule 3. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Darling. And do we have the applicant's agent? I believe we have an agent here.
Good morning. How are you?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Savas Veratis of Plan Muskoka. I'm here representing the owners and the designers as their agent. Just to let the committee know, I wasn't involved in this one from the very beginning. I've been basically asked to assist sort of in the last steps here. Bobby Leppington from Design by Bobby sends her regrets. She was not able to make it here today, so she asked me to step in and assist. So from what I've seen and heard, and I was able to read the staff report extensively and go over the matter and in great detail. And I have to say staff did a great job coming up with this recommendation and describing this application in the report. I don't see any issues with their recommendation or their analysis of the property. I think it is a kind of a complicated property given the history of it and the existing development of it, but the actual increase or development proposed is fairly modest in size. And staff has indicated that the property is well treed and the photographs show that. And I think such a modest increase in floor area for that sleeping cabin would be well visually buffered from the lake. We did go over the proposed changes that staff has suggested is required as a condition of this matter with the applicant's agent, Bobby Leppington, and she had no problem, in preparing a revised site plan to reflect those proposed changes. So I guess that's really all I have to say. Like I just want to reiterate that I am in concurrence with staff's recommendation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there anyone else in support or anyone in opposition? Other questions from the members? Seeing none.
Oh, Councilor Bozeman.
Oh, okay, sorry. We shut those drapes. They're getting an awful shadow. I can hardly see them there.
No, it's not a comment, just to make the report perfectly accurate. On page 106 of our package, the last paragraph references Lake Rosso, and it should reference Lake Muskoka. Otherwise, I have no questions.
Thank you very much for that. Actually, I think it's the side ones yeah, those ones there are probably. That's a bit better. Okay, so there's no more questions. Any comments? Let's see. Moved by Mayor Kelly, second by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZB 83823 bylaw 2023-133 NATU roll 6-27-006 be approved, subject to the following minor amendments. 1, the references to dwelling cottage 3 in section 1 to a sleeping cabin be changed. 2, an updated schedule 2 that accurately depicts and uses the existing and proposed habitable buildings, 3 dwellings and 1 sleeping cabin being required. 3, a height exemption to permit a sleeping cabin to be 26.5 feet being included, and that an elevation drawing of the proposed sleeping cabin be included as Schedule 3. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Bosworth.
Yes, it just occurred to me to ask this question. Was staff able to see inside the cabin to ensure that it doesn't have a stovetop?
Can you answer that?
Through you, Chair. The owner did show me inside and there wasn't a kitchen from what I could tell, but if he had taken the stovetop out prior to me coming, I would be able to know that part, but I didn't see one when I was there.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I read the motion. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you.
And the next application is 2024-001 ZBA 3923 Bylaw 2023-134 Saunders. And that is Ms. Walker.
Thank you very much, Chair Edwards. The next application to be heard is ZBA 39/23, Bylaw 2023-134 in the name of Saunders. The subject property is known municipally as 1151 Roberts Bay Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan starting on page 136 of the agenda package, or to the site plan on the screen in front of you today. A zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted to permit an existing storage building to be converted into a recreational and leisure building on a lot with an existing dwelling and a sleeping cabin. To define the use of a recreational and leisure building, and to limit the maximum gross floor area of the proposed recreation and leisure building to 1,245.4 square feet. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 29 days in advance, and 15 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Manager of Public Works, and Sarah Campbell, the Planner for the District of Muskoka. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, and I can read any in full at the request of committee. After comments were circulated, several submissions were received. A submission was received from the property owner, Graham Saunders. The submission is as follows. Thank you for your consideration of my application today. I am out of the country on business and such unable to attend. My proposal for adjusting usage of my storage building to recreational usage for exercise and relaxation, games, etc. is a simple request. As my children grow older, there is a desire for a place for them to be with their friends, and this area is perfect for that. The building exists today and is completed and fully equipped with a septic in place. There is no changes necessary here whatsoever. Thank you for your consideration. I am also aware of Mr. Moran's submission against this application. I have never met Mr. Moran and don't know him. He is not an immediate neighbor, and as such, I'm unclear on how this affects him specifically. Yours truly, Graham Saunders, 1151 Roberts Bay Road. 2 letters of objection have been received, and these comments are summarized as follows. The first is from Al Moran, an area property owner. The main concerns outlined in the letter include the past use of the subject building as a habitable building, and that the proposed use and building design could in effect give support to a second cottage on the property, which would not align with the township's official plan policies. The submission also makes a number of recommendations on further restrictions that should be in place for storage buildings. I believe the submission was also forwarded to committee prior to today's meeting. A second letter was submitted from the Muskoka Lakes Association. The letter outlined several concerns, including 1, the past use of the building as habitable space, and that the building continues to be used as a habitable building. Two, that the proposed use will be difficult to enforce. That a negative precedent will be set. That permitting the additional habitable building should require an OPA or an official plan amendment as approved. Approval may lead to more than one residential unit on the property. And they also suggest that the matter be deferred until such a time as council updates the bylaw on accessory buildings just generally. 9 letters of support have also been received. And I'm just going to read off the letters that were submitted to staff prior to this meeting. The first is from Adam Osborne, owner of 1805 Peninsula Road, Unit 375. Daniel Davo, owner of 2 Home Island, Lake Joseph Minette. Beth and Kevin Foley, owners of 10 Island J32, Black Forest Island, Lake Joseph. Norley Jennings, owner at 1183 Hamels Point Road, Unit 3. Patrick and Samantha Molyneux, owners of 34 Burgess Islands, Lake Joseph. Peter Dunlop, owner of 8248 Lake Joseph Road. Sean Goldberg, owner of 8298 Lake Joseph Road. Timothy Foley, owner at 8298 Lake Joseph Road. And Vince Palladino, owner of 332 Riverdale Road. Each of these letters state they have reviewed the proposal and are in support of Mr. Saunders' application. I prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that public and agency comments be received and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to provide recommendation to planning committee on the application. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is the applicant or applicant's agent here wishing to speak on this?
I am. Thank you, Chair Edwards. My name is Ryan Allen. I'm registered professional planner and senior planner with Planscape, 104 Kimberley Ave, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1Z8. I do have a brief presentation, if that could be queued up. I'm here today to represent Mr. Saunders. Both Mr. Saunders and I did hope to be able to attend in council chambers. Graham, unfortunately, is on business traveling and I'm recovering from some illness, so I thought that we'd keep our distance. Thanks, Caitlin, for your thorough review and staff report. The subject property is at 1151 Roberts Bay Road on Lake Joseph. Next slide, please. As Caitlin has explained, the application is related to permitting the conversion of an existing storage building into a recreational and leisure building. In addition to the existing dwelling and sleeping cabin in the boathouse, this will be the 3rd habitable building on the property, and the zoning bylaw only permits 2. There will be a specific wording in the bylaw that a recreational and leisure building is specifically not a sleeping cabin. And further, the bylaw will include a definition of recreational and leisure building to mean a detached habitable accessory building for recreational fitness, exercise, relaxation, games, includes a bar, a washroom, mechanical and storage areas. And a recreational leisure building does not include bedrooms, overnight accommodations, or a kitchen. The bylaw will also limit the maximum gross floor area of the recreational and leisure building to 1,245 square feet, which is the existing building size. This would prohibit any additions, reorientations, or relocations. Only the building in its current size and location will be permitted to be used as a recreational leisure building. Next slide, please. This is the site plan showing the location of the existing storage building to be converted. We'd note that the current setbacks of the building comply fully with the zoning bylaw, and the lot coverage is below the 10% maximum. There's an existing 2-story boathouse, a cottage, and a few sheds on the property. Next slide, please. Similar to the report that Ms. Walker prepared, here's some photos, maybe with a little bit less snow, of the storage building to be converted. And based on the submissions from Al Moran and the MLA, as well as the staff report, I fully recognize that there has been some historical zoning bylaw compliance issues with this property. Next slide, please. Mr. Saunders undertook an extensive renovation of his cottage, which is now his permanent dwelling, in 2001. And as a result, he moved into his storage building and used it as habitable space. He was caught by the township's bylaw enforcement officer. Steps were taken in order to enforce the bylaw. Charges were laid. Mr. Saunders ultimately paid the fine and converted the building back into a storage building as it was originally permitted in the building permit and the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. This is the photo showing the extensive renovation from the exterior. Next slide, please. When considering zoning amendment applications, in addition to consistency with the provincial policy statement, the next consideration is conformity to the official plans. The district official plan recognizes that the waterfront is a recreational and resource area. It permits residential and accessory uses, as well as shoreline development is to consist of single units along the shoreline with accessory buildings on individual lots. Permitted uses in the waterfront include resource-based recreational uses, limited to low-density single detached dwellings. The township is in a bit of an interesting situation right now between two official plans. The old official plan has policies that recognize that the waterfront is to be a focus of recreation. The permitted uses in the waterfront include buildings and structures accessory to single detached dwellings. And the new official plan includes some additional policies. It identifies the township as a major recreational resource area. The resource-based uses are permitted in the waterfront. And that accessory uses that are incidental and subordinate to the principal use shall be permitted. Next slide, please. In terms of planning analysis, I think it's important to note that the only change proposed is the use of the storage building. The building complies with setbacks, coverage, and height. No additions, expansions are proposed. No tree removal is required. The existing septic system that was constructed in 2019 will continue to service the building. There's no impacts on parking, servicing, or access. I think the last point that I'd like to make is the Township of Seguin passed a zoning bylaw amendment in 2020 to allow an entertainment pavilion. And it has a very similar flavor of uses that are permitted within that building. That building was up to 4,700 square feet and included a full bathroom and also exceeded the maximum height of the zoning bylaw. Now, I understand that this is not the Township of Seguin.
Wrap it up.
If we could just go to the next slide, please, I will conclude my presentation. It'd be my professional opinion that this application is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the district and township official plans, and represents good planning. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in support of this application? Anyone in opposition to this application? Would you bring them in, please? Yes, go ahead.
Am I up? It's Ken Pierce.
Yes, that's fine, Mr. Pierce. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Muskoka Lakes Association, again, Ken Pierce, 65 Joseph Street, Port Carling. This application is of great concern to us. The official plan states that a factor to be considered by council in making a decision about a zoning bylaw amendment is whether it will set a negative precedent. We are concerned that this one will. Previous council grappled with this issue of accessory buildings and spent a lot of time on it, but wasn't able to come to a resolution. The concern is that we're non-habitable storage buildings and garages are being turned into and used as habitable buildings. And the fear here is that this is exactly what's happening. You even end up with additional sleeping cabins or potentially dwellings, i.e. cottages with bedrooms and kitchens. And that's the main concern. The proposal here is to essentially create a new category of dwelling, which is an accessory leisure and recreational building in the township. And that's just such a major change. Previous council, talked about this. How many accessory buildings will be allowed? How many accessory recreational and leisure buildings will be allowed? Should there be a maximal size of the buildings? We have 650 square feet for sleeping cabins. Should there be a maximum total overall square footage for all of these buildings? This will help with enforcement. What staff had suggested was bright line tests, I call them, and I think staff refer to them in the same way. Maximum number of buildings, you can count buildings. It's pretty easy. When you look at a property, maximum square footage for the buildings or all of the buildings, that's pretty easy. You can measure the circumference of a building. Plumbing was another one, although that's a little bit more challenging. But the point there is you can see a plumbing stack. It's very difficult for staff if they can't look inside a building. They're peering through blinds. Furniture gets moved to the side, and blankets or sheets are put over them. And the language is used or intended to be used, and that's very important. We urge committee to defer this matter until council has had a real opportunity to update the zoning bylaw regarding the accessory buildings issue. This is not a situation where it will delay construction for the applicant. This building exists, and it's existed for many years, and it's apparently been used for habitable space purposes, as evidenced by the enforcement action as is acknowledged in the staff report, etc. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? No, that's it. Okay. Questions from the members? Yes, Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm challenged with this because we just did our OP, and yes, we did have lots of conversations about this. But just to confirm, and I recognize that I'm not going to get all the details about the charges laid and that type of thing, and that's not part of my. But was there ever shown, from a design perspective, I can see how the egress and tip types, those sort of things were put into consideration when 2 rooms were created in this storage building. And I'm wondering if staff noted that there might have been beds or that type of thing, because it's absolutely the correct dimensions and things for bedrooms. And again, the locations of the windows and things are chosen quite a bit. So I am concerned about the sleeping accommodation part.
Through you, Chair Edwards, and thank you for your question, Councillor Nishikawa. The township did approve a site plan agreement. As part of that process, staff cannot control the use of buildings. Staff cannot request floor plan drawings in order to review the interior of the building. So from the standpoint of planning staff, there's very little that we can do in that regard through that process. And of course, a building permit would have been required for the building, and through that process, of course, more detailed drawings can be provided. And what we're seeing is that in a lot of cases, these quote unquote storage buildings do have, in some cases, multiple rooms associated with them. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Bird.
Thank you. And through you, a question to Mr. Sharp. This is coming to us as a zoning bylaw amendment. And I'm wondering why this is not an official plan amendment. This, to me, looks like it is way outside of a zoning bylaw amendment, and that this is right into the official plan. And why this is not being brought to us as an official plan amendment is like, I do not understand.
Sure.
Through you, Chair Edwards. It's a good question. I think in this case, the official plans do allow one sleeping cabin on the property. And as we know, there is a sleeping cabin on the property. I think part of what staff have struggled with, and this is a difficult application, what is proposed is not a sleeping cabin. In essence, what is proposed is another type of habitable building. It's clearly by definition not intended to be used for sleeping purposes. So it's not a sleeping cabin. So I think to answer your question, I think it falls in a bit of a gray area. Mr. Pink may wish to elaborate if he has further thoughts. Thank you.
Mr. Pink.
Thank you. Through you. I think obviously as we know, there's a lot of history of this property. And I think there's a lot of assumptions as to what it was intended to be used for or was previously used for. But keep in mind the application in front of you is not to permit a second dwelling. It's not to permit a second sleeping cabin. If that was the case, then yes, staff would be recommending that an official plan amendment would be needed because the official plan is clear that only one dwelling and one sleeping cabin is permitted. But another way to look at this, if this property did not contain an existing sleeping cabin, this type of use would be permitted. It would just be called the sleeping cabin. And as we've heard, the building itself complies and conforms completely with built form as well, setbacks, lot coverage, etc. So at issue really is the appropriateness of allowing a recreational and leisure building in addition to a sleeping cabin. There's no official plan conformity issue in my opinion with that.
Just a quick question, Mr. Pink, do we allow 1,245 foot square sleeping cabins? I thought it was 650 feet.
Through you, thank you. Yes, sleeping cabins are limited to 650 square feet. As I noted previously, the application before you is not requesting an oversized sleeping cabin. It's not requesting a second sleeping cabin. It's requesting a recreational and leisure building in the waterfront, which again, the official plan and the zoning bylaw allow residential, recreational residential uses and accessory uses there too. So again, the use is permitted. The built form is permitted. At issue is because the property already contains a dwelling and sleeping cabin. That's really the issue.
Okay. Councillor Bosworth and then Councillor Kent after.
Let me start with the first question to staff, just for clarification. I believe either through our OP or our bylaws, we are effectively saying that we're only allowing 2 habitable buildings. Is that correct?
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair Edwards, effectively, yes, and that's in part why the applicant is in front of us today requesting these exemptions.
So follow-on question to that. Then how would this not be precedent setting across the township, that we have effectively allowed a variance to what we have been historically been very strict upon, which is 2 habitable buildings per lot?
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. The township has in the past permitted additional sleeping cabins on a property, and in certain circumstances, our analysis is largely based on, the size of the property and its severance potential. I can think of at least one application that we had recently that I believe was approved by council to permit a very similar type of building on a large island. It wasn't intended to be used as a dwelling. It wasn't intended to be used as a sleeping cabin. It was intended to be used more or less as a gathering space for individuals. And I'd have to look at the details of that application really before I comment on precedents. But as you note, we have deferred this application for consideration of comments, and in a returning report, precedents is one consideration that we can put thought to and return a report to you with those considerations included. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. And I'll go to Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Chair. In my opinion, this is a very significant issue. It is precedent setting in the township. I am very, very close to this issue, but I see it slightly differently. I thought this issue was really more an issue of, I can use the example of a big, huge island next to me. That big, huge island has got approval somehow for 2 2,500 square foot storage facilities. Those storage facilities, as we are unable to monitor use properly on a private property, have become one has become a staff housing, and the other has become a gym with water and sewage and et cetera on it, a gym and pool house effectively. I think the issue here is really what is intended by a storage facility the appropriate size of a storage facility. And I mean, when you look at this building, it's clear that this building was the building that we're talking about on Mr. Saunders' property. It was never intended to be a storage facility. Otherwise, you wouldn't make it as beautiful as that house appears to be in the plans. It would not be built with glass windows, and it would be a storage facility where you put a backhoe and a, John Deere. So I think this definitely needs to be reviewed more in the concept of what is a storage facility? What is the right size of a storage facility? And I think it cannot be decided today, as it would be extremely precedent setting and very concerning to me. By the way, that property I mentioned also, in addition to the 2,500 square foot storage facilities that are not being intended to be used the way they're supposed to be, also has a party dock on the, which is what you might be calling a recreational facility. I do have one other question, which is I was interested to hear where Mr. Ryan was going with the Seguin point, and I didn't catch it fast enough. And I was wondering if we'd get him to just reiterate that for us. Thank you.
Okay, I will let Mr. Allen answer that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Kent, and through you, Councillor Edwards, or Chair Edwards. One of the last slides in my presentation referenced a bylaw that was passed by Seguin a couple of years ago that allowed an entertainment pavilion. And the entertainment pavilion had a definition as containing a games room, media area, fitness studio, wine cellar with one bar, one sink, dishwasher, washroom facilities, mechanical and storage areas. The bylaw also had specific limitations about the maximum floor area, the maximum basement size, the maximum height, and the maximum terrace size. So I pulled this example as being on the lakes that are shared with Muskoka Lakes, that this is just north of the township. Township of Seguin has also been seen historically as being very, very controlling of development. So I thought that it was a good example to highlight on the same lake that there has been a previous approval by a different municipality, mind you, that allowed a similar use. And I also noted that the size of this entertainment pavilion in Seguin was over 4,700 square feet.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Did you say that that bylaw allows recreational facilities that are 4,700 square feet?
Correct.
Is that what you said? I was getting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Zabitz. Oh, okay, just 1 second. An answer?
Through you, Chair Edwards, Councillor Kent just had some comments with respect to controlling or regulating storage buildings. I'm happy to speak to those.
Yes, please.
I would note that in 2021, staff had brought forward a number of reports to Planning Committee with respect to how to control storage buildings. And staff had made some recommendations to stipulate the number of size of storage buildings permitted in the waterfront designation. Ultimately, that discussion became quite divisive, and council opted not to make any decision with respect to accessory buildings. And I can assure you that that will be a hot topic during the update to the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw. I see the application in front of us as somewhat different, certainly related, but different in the sense that, in this case, the applicant is actually coming forward with an application to permit that's something that's otherwise not allowed. So I just make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Zabitz.
Thank you, and through you, for clarity to staff, were we to be discussing this particular file and this was a two-car garage with storage up above it, would that be allowed on this particular property?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Edwards, I think The property with all the development today is basically at the maximum permitted lot coverage, but if this building didn't exist, if we just assume that and make that assumption, a garage with a two-story garage with storage above would be permitted as a right on the property.
Supplemental?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So storage, were that to be two-car garage, two-story, is there any flexibility in terms of the word storage versus, I guess it's speaking to you know, habitable usage? Because we've had many garages in front of us that are, you know, that have accommodation up above. And yet I think you probably have 650 square feet and a boathouse out on the lake and is a large home as well. So the 7,500 square feet. So I'm sort of wondering, is it our language? Is it the perception that this very dedicated building is a problem for us? But if you build a garage and put an exercise room up above it, which I've simply seen right across my lake in the last 2 years, and there it is. It's obviously legal. There's a cabin as well as a large cottage. So I'm just wondering of staff, how do we look at this? I mean, I don't like this the way it is, but I wonder if there isn't a garage on the, you know, we seem to excuse when it's a garage because then it really is dedicated storage. We seem to not like this because people are habitating, if you will, in this, and I'm confused by that. So I'm wondering again, and maybe to phrase it as a question to staff, what will staff come back to us with in a month that's going to provide further clarity? Thank you.
Need to answer that? Okay. Just a second, Mr. Pink.
Thank you, through the chair. Perhaps some clarity around really the ask in front of us might be helpful. And what I'm hoping to hear, discussion amongst committee is their thoughts on the appropriateness of it. And that would inform staff when we do return. Because again, keep in mind, I think two issues are somewhat being clouded, albeit very related, and there is some history. What permits have been taking out for large storage buildings that we know are not, in essence, being used for storage. I think we heard that in Member Zabit's comments. Staff identified that issue and brought forward reports as to how to address that concern. The concern, though, is surrounding those storage buildings being used as living spaces for dwellings or additional sleeping cabins, increasing the occupancy of a waterfront residential property. Again, that's very related, and we're happy to get into details about the steps and measures we suggested and council debated at length during the previous term. However, that's not really in essence what the application or the ask is in front of you. It's not to permit a second dwelling. It's not to permit a second sleeping cabin. It is to permit a recreational and leisure room that will not be used for sleeping. There's no additional bedrooms. There's no additional occupancy. Another way to think about it is we allow tennis courts in the zoning bylaw. We allow, as you all know, we allow tennis courts along the waterfront. What if the owner of that tennis court wanted to put a roof over the tennis court and 4 walls? What are committee's, council's opinion on such a proposal? Does not increase the use of the property. It complies, again, completely with all of our restrictions on density, build form, but simply that tennis court will have a roof and wall over it. Is that appropriate? I would agree with some of the previous comments. That's somewhat precedent setting. But I would add that I think, yes, we've been quite strict to prevent or try to prevent second dwellings and second sleeping cabins. But to some of the earlier comments, I don't think it's the municipality more so being strict, as I think we really just haven't seen any applications. This is very unique, and hence why staff's recommended a deferral to be better informed of the thoughts from the community and council. And I suspect likely why very few applications are made is because a portion of the community feels that I know I can just take out a storage building permit and put what I want in it and I'll get away with it. As we've heard from a few members of council, we sort of know that's out there, and bylaw staff are doing our best to ensure that those violations are addressed, but it's a challenge. But again, to really focus on, I think, the question and the application in front of you are what is council's opinion of allowing, whether it's an artist studio or a children's games room or a gym or even an office. It's not increasing the number of bedrooms. It's not increasing the number of occupants of a property. That would be staff's serious concern. That would, again, I would believe not in conformity with the official plan, because we limit waterfront properties to one dwelling and one sleeping cabin. But we do not say that you're not allowed recreational accessory uses there too. That's a permitted use. We see, again, this would be permitted on this property if it was 650 square feet and the property did not have a 2-story boathouse. So again, I think what long-winded answer to Councillor Zavitz's question, I think what would really inform staff in returning on this matter is receiving some feedback from council, their opinions on the appropriateness of allowing that type of use, or not. Again, I think that use is allowed, but allowing it in addition to a dwelling in a sleeping cabin. Really, to be honest, the only main concerns I've heard so far is difficulty surrounding enforcement of it, and I recognize that. Thank you.
Councillor Berry.
So my question is going to be to Director Pink. So our official plan and our comprehensive zoning bylaw talk about 2 habitable buildings, 2, a sleeping cabin and a dwelling. And we're allowed 1 dwelling, whether it be recreational or residential. The issue here is this becomes a 3rd habitable building. In whatever way we want to look at it, it is habitable. Doesn't increase the bedrooms, I get that. It doesn't necessarily increase the load on the septic, but our plan now, as I understand it, is 2 habitable buildings. So you're right, if they didn't have 650 square foot sleeping cabin over the boathouse, they would be allowed to have this as a recreational. The part is, this is a 3rd habitable building, and I think that's the problem is that we've got lots of people doing it illegally, and here happens to be, a citizen that's been penalized a couple of times for going around it, and is now coming to say, okay, this is what I want to do. I still think we're back to an official plan amendment that says you're allowed more than 2 habitable spaces. Because right now our plan is very clear about 2 habitable spaces, which is why I asked the question about official plan amendment. And I'm not a planner.
Just to clarify that a lot of that is correct, but to be very clear, what the official plan says, it does not say that you're not permitted, again, recreational leisure buildings, or you won't find the word 3 habitable buildings. What it says is you're allowed 1 dwelling for waterfront residential property and 1 sleeping cabin. Again, that's not the application in front of you. The zoning bylaw goes further in an effort, I think, to prevent 2nd dwellings and 2nd sleeping cabins, or 3rd or 4th, to limit properties to 2 habitable buildings, and calls everything under the sun a sleeping cabin. But one can apply to amend the zoning bylaw, and that's what's in front of you. But again, that's a zoning question. There's no, again, I think, policy conformity issue in this case.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Just a couple of thoughts, and I don't want to, and I first want to thank Director Pink for a very well articulated summary of the issue. My primary concern, first of all, we have these long-standing rules, and I'm sure that the files at Planscape and other planning consultants are full of applications that have failed because of a couple of things that could well be remedied by the stuff that we're proposing to look at today. And so to say that there's no precedent, and I haven't heard that anybody say that, but I want to dissuade anybody of the notion that this would not be precedent setting. It would be. Precedent, I think everybody has this misnomer, binds us to follow in exactly the same path. That's not my concern. My concern is the 300 fresh applications that come in here, basically seeing how this one turns out. My concern here is a couple of things. I'll narrow it to one specific issue. We're being asked to conjure up a new definition of recreational space, I think, or whatever the definition is of, on a one-off application specific to a building that already exists and already stands and is already being used. And we're tailoring it essentially to accommodate the applicant. Now, that happens all the time when you get bylaw amendments, but requests for an amending to the zoning bylaw. The problem I have is that this is a far bigger issue than one lot. It's a far bigger issue when it comes to the character of the waterfront. It's a far bigger issue when it comes to the number of spaces that are, I understand that they are not dwellings and they are not sleeping cabins, but they're somewhere akin to that. And I don't think we should be doing it. I think I would welcome input from planning, the staff on how they view this. But at the end of the day, I think this needs a much more comprehensive thought and some much more comprehensive input from the public, from staff. We are about to embark on a comprehensive zoning bylaw review in whatever form or fashion that takes. We have a brand new, the ink is still wet, official plan. And I frankly think that this is an issue that needs to get raised and debated and considered extensively with lots of input from public. This is in my humble opinion, a major variation from the norm and from the acceptable practice that we've allowed this place to be developed under for many, many years, many, many decades, presumably. I think this needs more than just one simple one-off definition to suit a building that exists and a landowner's request to accommodate his growing family needs. This is a much bigger issue. I think it should be part of a much more comprehensive review in conjunction with the zoning bylaw, comprehensive zoning bylaw, a review that we're about to undertake. And so I think deferring is absolute, or I actually don't know if it's deferral or outright rejection, but I think this needs to be put on the list of things that we need to do a deep dive on a much more comprehensive basis than one specific use on one specific property as we move forward with the zoning bylaw development.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Ken.
Thank you. Thank
Please
you, Mayor
keep it
Kelly. Can you hear me?
Yes, please keep
Yes.
it to a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kelly. I was just going to say that we cannot, I think that he's absolutely right. We have to move this to a different stage, but I think you come out here that you really have come to the conclusion we can't regulate use. You can't tell me what I'm going to put in that building, whether it's an artist studio or a games room. Maybe the way to go at this down the road, and I know that Councillor Bosworth was talking about this, that the right way to do this is to manage the number of buildings that a property is allowed. But and that is the issue that I think down the road we're going to have to acknowledge and deal with. But at this point in time, I think it's the wrong time to move forward with this proposal.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, I just thought I'd respond or provide some other commentary around the previous comments of the mayor. I think are excellent comments. I would agree. I think ideally we would be studying this issue as part of a comprehensive zoning bylaw review, and I suspect we will be. Unfortunately, that's probably a 2, 3, 4 year process, and you have an application in front of you. And unfortunately, that forces you to deal with it. Now, you can choose to defer or even deny. And if it's a deferral, the applicant may be subject to a refund of fees. And after a certain point, either a denial or a deferral, they'll have the right to appeal, and that is what it is, and it may come to a head. So just from that perspective, I'd also agree with the mayor. I don't think I could really disagree anyway strongly that it likely is a fairly significant precedent-setting decision you're going to make. There, as I said, there are very few similar applications. But what I would encourage you to do, and just feel like one of those storytellers is just close your eyes and listen. But I think, again, we're being clouded a little bit because of the look of the building, how it's been designed, the property owner and their actions to date. But if you truly eliminate that from all thinking and just purely consider if said building was truly going to be used for nothing but 2 stationary bikes and a treadmill, is that inappropriate along our waterfront? If it complies with lot coverage, if it complies with setbacks and height, which it does, is it inappropriate for a 4-wall building for children to play ping pong in, or for an owner to have a treadmill and a stationary bike? And in essence, that's the proposal in front of you. And I am challenged as a planner to say it's inappropriate because there's zoning bylaw and artificial plan permit that. Again, if this property did not have a 2-story boathouse already and this building was under 650, we wouldn't be here today. That use would be allowed. It's larger and it's a third. That's the issue. So again, I think that's the type of discussion, but perhaps again, the decision is to defer and see where the chips fall if the applicant does appeal. Because again, I think the preference would be to deal with it through a comprehensive review. I'd like to get the right parameters in place for all properties if again, we do consider this appropriate. But an application is made and under the Planning Act, you're required to deal with it. So staff brought it forward. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bosworth, do you have a question?
Well, we seem to be getting questions and comments at this point, so I'll try to keep it to a question. Director Pink has laid it out very clearly. I think we've got 2 issues. It's larger than what we would allow, and it is a third building. And that's the very essence of what the previous council tried to deal with. I know the answer to this question, but the fundamental problem we have is enforcement of use, particularly when it comes to bedrooms. So my question is, and I hope we could come back with some further thought on that, is how can we strengthen our ability to enforce? I guess the main use that we're worried about is adding excess bedrooms. I think certainly I can get around the argument that we could allow a third habitable building as long as it doesn't have a NOSWR lot adding people load to the property and therefore people load to the septic. I think there's some logic that allows us to have saunas or artist room or gym or whatever it is. But today our bylaw doesn't allow it. Director Pink has just said that this would, in all likelihood, be precedent setting, so it's very important. Mr. Sharp told me the other day that there were 8 meetings in the last council on this topic, so it's a big topic. So my question is, and as I said, I think I know what the answer is, how can we improve our probability of enforcing that these accessory habitable buildings do not have beds in them?
Now, Councillor Zavich, would you, if you have a question, that's fine. If not, I can read this motion and then you're the first to speak on it.
That was a question to staff, Chair.
Sorry.
Sir, answer that question.
Yeah, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, as it's outlined in the report, enforcement of this specific issue, and frankly, the same goes for the first story use of boathouses as well. When we receive complaints, and that's really the only time we're going out to the property to investigate something like this, we aren't necessarily going proactively around to everybody's property that has a storage building to check if it's being used for actual storage. We don't have the resources for that. It's myself and one other officer at this point. So, we have thousands of properties that could have this issue. When we go to these properties on complaint, a lot of times what we see is we'll go and look at the building, but we can't see inside because the property owner has installed blinds and it's impossible to see the contents inside of that building. With that, we frankly don't have any evidence that it's being misused or not being used as its intended purpose. So unfortunately, in that sense, there really is nothing for us to go on, and we have to close the file. That being said, under the Planning Act, our rights to entry onto a property and into buildings does state that if it's not being used as a habitable building, technically officers are allowed to go into these said storage buildings to review them. Now, that being said, it's not something that is common practice anywhere in Ontario. I don't know of any municipal law enforcement officer that will freely just walk into someone's building unless the door is wide open and you're voluntarily let in. There is that power that we have, but tough for us to really utilize. We always have to get permission to go inside a building. Same thing, like you take property standards, for example, we have to provide our rights to entry to the tenant before we're allowed to enter into their living space. And if they feel at any point in time that they're threatened or they're uncomfortable with us being in there, they can ask us to leave and we are required to leave. Our investigation stops and we're gone. So, like I said, there are enforcement challenges. There are a lot of residents that know how to get around this. I've seen it time and time again. And, we take it on a case by case basis. If we find evidence, obviously we deal with it. But a lot of times what ends up happening is we go to a property, it's got a storage building, and we find that it's obviously being used or intended to be used as habitable space. We send the letter. The next time we go to check for compliance, blinds are closed. We can't confirm whether or not things have been complied with. And unfortunately, at that point, there really is nothing for us to move on further with that.
Okay, thank you.
Could I have a supplementary on that?
Yes, you may.
It's to, I would think, Mr. Sharp or Director Pink. Is there a way that as a condition of approving this application, that we could have agreement that bylaw officers would have access to the interior building?
Would like to answer that one.
Thank you, through the chair. The short answer, as you, I think, just heard from Mr. Kennedy, is no. They simply wouldn't have that right unless they're permitted in. I think it would add, just to foreshadow the later discussion on community planning permit system, that would actually give us a little bit more flexibility and tools in our toolbox to try to control this. Right now, through a strict zoning regime, we have site plan control at our disposal. As Mr. Sharp previously noted, site plan control specifically says you cannot deal with the interior floor plans or layout of a building, and actually has a very strict set of criteria that you can deal with. Those shackles, so to speak, are off with a community planning permit system. You can impose conditions, you can impose a condition for an agreement, and there's really no more flexible parameters around what that agreement could contain. So I think, I hate to say I don't have a good answer for the enforcement dilemma, but the best we can do is craft bylaws and agreements such that owners are well aware of what is permitted and what is not. But at the end of the day, ultimately enforcing it will certainly be a significant challenge, as we heard from Mr. Kennedy.
Chair, would you afford me one more supplemental?
Mr. Sharp has a comment. Oh.
Chair, would you afford me one more supplemental?
Yes, I will.
Does the bylaw officer have to announce that he's coming, or can he just show up? If we get a complaint, can they just show up? And in which case the property owner may not have closed their curtains, or may not have, put their furniture in the corner and thrown a sheet over it, as some people do.
Mr. Kennedy, could you answer that, please?
Through the chair, yes, we can just show up at any time, whether or not we have a complaint. The way the Planning Act, Municipal Act, and Building Code Act work for our rights to entry onto a property, it's if a municipal law enforcement officer just has mere suspicion essentially that there is a contravention on that property, we are able to enter and do an investigation as we see fit. So the only time we really have to announce that we're on the property, and more or less it is a common practice when we get to the property, we'll go to the front door and say, hey, FYI, this is who we are and this is why we're here. But we don't have to notify property owners beforehand that we're coming because we got a complaint.
Thank you. I just might congratulate Mr. Kennedy on his actions on this case.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zabich, and then Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, I tend to agree with the mayor. I mean, this is going to be, no wonder Planscape would bring the concept forward, put it in our lap. This is a bigger issue. I do wonder and worry about.
Councillor Zabich, is this a question or a comment? Because I can read the resolution, then you're welcome to.
Yeah, you go ahead and read the resolution. Thank you.
I'll go up to Councillor Mazin. Question?
Thank you, and through you, and I think I'm just trying to follow the thread so that we can then have you read the resolution. I'm just wanting clarity from Director Pink, if I could. I think you were trying to outline our options in front of us, just because the resolution to be read is a little bit different than we typically get. I guess two questions for Director Pick. First of all, I think I'm hearing from you, are you looking for us to give specific direction as to whether or not we would allow a third habitable building on this particular property? Is that the specific direction? And or is it also to say, or are we comfortable with the definition of the recreation and leisure? So I guess that's the first question, if I could. I think I'm looking for clarity as to what you would look for from a committee as to the direction staff is looking for.
Thank you, through the chair. I think what you asked initially, really your options before you are either to approve with changes, defer, or deny. Those are really your, strictly speaking, the options. What staff is suggesting is a deferral so that we can review the comments received to date and come back with a recommendation after we've had a time to review those. Now, unfortunately, we didn't receive an extensive amount of comments from the community. We received quite a few brief letters in support, but really two submissions in opposition. I think it would be helpful for staff to certainly get some feedback from council as to their opinions on it. That would certainly inform staff. So anyway, that's hopefully answers your question.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Bryce.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies if I'm speaking out of turn here, but I'm just reflecting on Councillor Bosworth's comments and questions, and I'm almost wondering if there's any changes that could be made to the interior of the building that may sort of discourage overnight accommodation. Like I'm seeing separate rooms, and I've heard that mentioned a couple of times, and there may be the option to redesign the interior of the building so it's one open room with a bathroom. But again, I just throwing that out there in the spirit of giving staff some feedback and throwing around ideas. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And I know Bryce wasn't looking at my notes, but I also had that same sort of question. But I also recognize that we as councillors are supposed to recognize that this building is not there and make a decision of whether it should be there. I would suggest that I guess what I'm trying to clarify is I was more concerned about lot coverage, and I had thought that we were slightly over the lot coverage, and if I should be, Okay, because it was very close. So then I was looking about the different sheds and the saunas and things. I did want to confirm though, with staff, is that I noted a lot coverage in our staff report of 1245.4. And then I look at the site statistics and it's 1375. Just wanted to comment, or excuse me, confirm what those measurements are.
Can someone confirm those measurements?
Could you refer to the page in the staff report just so we can look up those numbers?
Okay. So, sorry, thank you. I'm just like, first of all, I'm looking at the site plan with the site statistics on it. And then in the staff report itself, sorry, it just went elsewhere. Or the explanation and key map, I think, is where I found that those two different measurements. And it's not coming up, and I'm sorry, it doesn't want to work for me now.
Okay, so I can confirm the coverage on the total lot is 8,612 square feet. I think the 1264 you're referring to is the specific storage building that exists on the property.
Is that not the building we're talking about?
That is the building we're talking about. The total lot coverage would be the 8,000.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. There's two different measurements. That's, sorry. I'm.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Nishikawa, I see the difference you're referring to now. So the 1245.4 square feet is actually the floor area of that existing building. The area noted on B5 is the coverage. There is a covered portion of the porch that wouldn't be counted as floor area of the building. So that's where the discrepancy is coming from.
So if I could further out, thank you. I guess my concern is this, again, trying to just get things correct, because I would hate for this to be redeveloped with a, potential of a future owner and things, and us giving even more permission than we intend to do. And so that's why I was just very concerned about how we were looking at those numbers, and are we giving, 100 square feet more or 50 square feet more, that type of thing, moving forward. And that's why I wanted to make sure that those were correct.
Could you just confirm it was 8,600 and?
So there's kind of two separate numbers being referred to. So the total coverage on the property is 9.9% within 200 feet of the high water mark, or 9.4% on the total property. So within 200 feet of the high water mark, there's 8,612 square feet, and that encompasses all of the buildings on the property. The numbers that Councilor Nishikawa is referring to in the site statistics on the site plan, it indicates the existing storage building is 1,375 square feet. That's the coverage amount of that building. However, the bylaw is recommending that the actual gross floor area, which wouldn't include any covered porches, is 12,000 or 1,245.4 square feet. So that's where the discrepancy is kind of coming from. Does
Okay,
that
thank you.
clarify?
Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Bosworth.
Two questions. First one to Ms. Walker. The applicant had a number of letters in favor of this application. I wonder if you could tell me how many of those were, well, if two of them were immediate neighbors, and if you have an idea of where the others were. The applicant was quite critical of one of the letters against his case because he felt it was nearby. I was just curious if he's trying to put himself to different standards.
Through you, Chair Edwards.
Yes.
There was 9 letters of support submitted, and none of them were immediate neighbors to the property, and they were just area property owners kind of throughout the township, not in kind of to a specific area.
Thank you. And the second question is to either Mr. Sharp or Director Pink. If we denied this, and it went to OLT, you've got a fair amount of experience at OLTs. Is it, what, do you have any sense of what would happen there, or would be the regular, you're taking your chance?
I'd like to answer that.
Through you, Chair Edwards, I would note that at this point, staff haven't put forward a recommendation to you other than to just say that it was adjourned. So staff haven't landed on a recommendation with respect to approval. So those would be my comments at this point. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just gonna ask a question then. If you can build a 7,500 square foot cottage and you get 650 square feet per sleeping cabin, that's 8,150 square feet. And yet this one's over 8,612, so that's 462 feet over what we allow. Is that not right?
So just to clarify, you're permitted a 7,500 square foot cottage as you have indicated in a 650 square foot sleeping cabin, which would be the total amount of habitable space you'd be permitted on the property. With this building, the total habitable floor area would be 8,300 square feet.
1,300.
Now, the lot coverage would encompass all other structures on the property, including the single story or two-story
Okay, so
boathouse, a
the house is
sauna.
7,000 square feet. Okay. So still 300 square feet over.
Yeah, so the total habitable floor area, if this was approved, would be 8,300 square feet of habitable floor area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no more questions, I will read the resolution, then we can have it for debate. Moved by Councillor Burry, second by Mayor Kelly, be it resolved that public and agencies comment in regard to the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3923 and bylaw 2023-131 Saunders be received, and the staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with the view of providing a recommendation to planning committee on the application. Questions or comments? Yes.
Thank you. I agree that of doing the deferral at this time for staff to come back. I will say from my perspective that with this particular application, I would actually be approving this depending on what staff comes back with. What I was looking at is a large lot frontage. We're not looking at 200 or 300 feet. We're looking at over 600 feet in this bit, and straight line, which makes quite a difference in the appearance. So much of it is how we appear, from the canoe kind of thing. I do believe that there is a need for this category. I'm just not sure how we're there yet, because it's the same thing. I did have a concern that this should have been an official plan amendment, because it feels like that discussion should be there. But I recognize that this application, that this property owner came forward to create this conversation. So I respect that we need to deal with the application, but I'm just not quite sure how we're going to get to that for further conversation, which may or may not affect this particular application. So I'm trying to separate those out. But my biggest concern is overall lot coverage, how that lot is being covered, and again, roof structures, because we also know that there's more runoff and that type of thing. But this property, because of the frontage, I feel accommodates this type of use. I would be interested in staff finding out if we can actually ask those questions about interior walls being removed. But I'll look forward to the staff report.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other comments? Yes, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, and it's, I guess, a question to Director Pink first, and then I will have a comment. There's no time stipulated for a deferral. Are deferrals generally open-ended, or at some point in time do they just become by default become a dismissed application? That's my question.
Thank you, through the chair. Typically, most deferrals are putting the applicant on notice that additional work needs to be completed, and typically the ball's in the applicant's court, and we're somewhat at the mercy of as to when and how thoroughly they complete those actions. In this case, staff's recommending that staff review the public submissions and the comments we've heard today and come back. As I said, we haven't had a significant amount of submissions from the community. So it's really just staff's ability to analyze those and come back with a report. I don't want to put staff on the spot, but likely next month or the month after, I would imagine we would be able to return this.
Thank you. And through you, then my comment, and it's a lot like what I said a minute ago, I think this is far too big an issue to be decided based on 9 submissions in the middle of January in Port Carling. I think this has got to require much more comprehensive understanding. I think we'll get much more interest and much more feedback if this is done as part of a comprehensive zoning bylaw review. I think we have to stop kidding ourselves into thinking that we're just turning a blind eye to the potential for abuse every time we approve something, not a dwelling and not a sleeping cabin that gets built on a property. We can tell them no walls, we can tell them no plumbing, we can specify no sleeping arrangements. But at the end of the day, when building inspection signs off on the construction, the real work begins. We know that's going on, and we absolutely know that's going on. So part of what we need to assess, I think, before we can start moving forward with different definitions of non-dwelling, sleeping cabin, but habitable space, is how are we going to avoid the likelihood that we're really just allowing people to do what we have decided through a comprehensive review of the official plan, and what I suspect we're going to decide to continue with a comprehensive review of the zoning bylaw. We're really just turning a blind eye to that activity as long as it's allowed. And you know, we get tremendous effort and energy from bylaw enforcement, but there aren't enough people in Ontario to run around and catch this stuff. I'm a little bit surprised, and I'm not willing to accept right now that we don't have the ability to create a mechanism that would give rise to a periodic inspection, maybe a surprise inspection. We are sending people on properties to do septic inspections every 5 years, and I'm not suggesting that that should be combined or that they do it on a spy basis. But if you build here and what you want to do contravenes what council and the public and through their input believes to be an appropriate measure of control to protect the environment, protect the character of this place, you're beyond your rights, and now you're going to get a privilege, and along with that privilege is a responsibility, I think, to expect somebody to show up periodically to have a look. I don't even think it's the action of showing up and looking that acts as a deterrent. It's knowing that that's a possibility that will keep people in compliance. So long-winded way of saying, I don't think that there's anything that anybody can come back in 30 days or 60 days that's going to change my opinion. So at some point in time, we might as well just decline on the application and move forward aggressively and quickly, which we're going to hear in whenever we get to the CPPS discussion. It's time to move forward aggressively to rewrite our zoning bylaws to support all the work that's been done to create the OP. So I'm not going to support a deferral if a deferral is 30 or 60 days.
That just creates a question to Mr. Pink. Would an interim control bylaw work in this instance across it? And then it gives us a year, plus we can expand it for another year on accessory buildings over 2.
Thank you, through you. Should council wish, certainly an interim control bylaw is a tool at your disposal. It would be for prohibiting new construction. Obviously, this building exists and an application's in front of you, so I don't think it would necessarily capture this. But if there's a concern about that issue. Certainly that is an option. As I said, staff brought forward a number of reports to address multiple living spaces on a number of occasions under the previous term. Council was unable to come to a decision, and the goal is to roll that into the zoning bylaw review. That won't happen overnight. If council feels there's more urgency to that, staff can certainly investigate and return with a report with more details.
Thank you. I see Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Rosenworth.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And first of all, I'll start with apology for delaying in my attendance in this meeting. I've listened closely to this. I have a few comments. I'm concerned that the avenues that open up if we deny this in the short term, a deferral as asked by staff will give time for them to come back in a month's time, and at that time, if we elected to deny, we could deny. I see that I agree with all the mayor's comments and everyone else's thoughts that this is too big a subject to rush into on one property. So we should focus just on this one application. And as David and Mr. Pink had talked about, take it right down to the bare necessity, bare bones, and would you approve this? And so I think that's a real wise thing that we have to do. As far as the letters of submission, I have recently for a while, this is just a personal comment, I've been getting a sour taste on letters of submission because of of approval or denial, because they are coming from selected individuals that may or may not have an agenda. I was recently at an event where Muskoka Lakes constituents were bragging about what they were doing, which was very disappointing to me, and we have to do something about this. As far as enforcement goes, I agree that with the mayor's comments and others and especially the line of thought that Councillor Bosenworth was talking about, and about the visits to this specific property because of the history. Not open it up well, but I think that there should be random drop-bys regularly by bylaw, and I would like staff to consider that. As far as getting into interim control bylaw, that's a really big bullet that we would deal with to go across the whole township. So we cautiously would have to approach that. And so that could be something that we can consider in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pink.
Thank you. Just upon a little bit of further reflection, I don't know if the interim control bylaw question will gain any traction, but keep in mind, I believe what I believe you were trying to control is to prevent, again, storage buildings illegally being used for other purposes. Keep in mind, an interim control bylaw would say that you're not then permitted to construct storage buildings, and it would prevent anyone who legitimately wanted to construct a garage or a storage building would then also no longer be able to obtain a building permit. So I think it'd be very difficult to write an interim control bylaw that tries to capture someone's presumptive future illegal use. You'd have to capture everything under the sun, and just something to consider. Again, I don't know if that issue, but just upon a little bit of further reflection, I thought that might assist the committee.
Councillor Bosworth.
Thank you, and through you to, I think, Director Pink or Mr. Sharp. We have 90 days after an application has been made. If we defer, does that count against the 90 days? And if it does, and we exceed 90 days, then I think they have automatic right to go to OLT, because we've had a case recently where that happened. Can you just confirm that?
Yes, Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair. Yes, that is correct. There's a 90-day timeline for a decision by council, and if it took council longer than 90 days to make a decision, then the applicant could appeal a lack of a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Supplemental, how many days into the process are we already? Or I could just ask it a different way. Do you think that this delay will cause us to go past 90 days? Guess that's hard to answer because you don't know what we're going to do.
Thank you, Chair. We're just looking up the date that the application was submitted on, but if I were to take a rough guess, I'd say roughly 30 days likely. But Ms. Walker, I see she has her microphone on to confirm. Thank you.
So the application fees were received on December 20th, which would be when we would count the application as submitted by. So almost a month.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? I've read the resolution. All those in favor of basically sending this back to staff? Defer, yeah.
I gotta count them. Are you voting? So hand up.
Hands up, please, and keep them up.
It's 6, I guess.
Yeah, 6. Okay, that is carried. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And if I could ask the committee, rather than going on to 10, which is long range planning, and that, and also the other, I would like to go to unfinished business because we have some people sitting here that have been waiting very patiently. And if I could have your indulgence, could we do that? All those in favor? Thank you. That okay. So now we have Ms. Walker.
Just give me a moment, I'll get the PowerPoint up.
Ten-minute break? Okay, yeah. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. And then we'll be right back and do this one. Thank you. I'm calling the meeting back to order. We're just waiting for the ones that come back on Zoom. There's one, two. I'm still waiting for two more counselors. There's three. We have quorum. I'm going to call it. So I'm going to change the format. We're going to go to 14A unfinished business. And that is 2024-008 zoning bylaw application 1823. And that's Knowlton. And that is Ms. Walker.
Thank you very much, Chair Edwards. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 18/23 amended, bylaw 2023-092 in the name of Knowlton. The subject property is known municipally as 1998 Windermere Road. In August of 2023, a decision on the application was deferred by Planning Committee in order for an updated site sketch showing all buildings and structures on the property to be submitted. An updated site sketch has since been provided and can be found on page 232 of the agenda package and on the screen in front of you today. The proposal was originally to permit 6% lot coverage on the subject property to allow for future development. However, the application did not originally account for all existing structures on the subject property. The amended proposal is to permit a lot coverage of 5.7%, which would permit a dwelling addition, a porch addition, and to recognize an as-built carport. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 18/23 as amended bylaw 2023-92 Knowlton be approved subject to the following minor amendment. That bylaw 2023-92 and schedule 2 be updated to reflect the amended proposal. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant or applicant's agent here wishing to speak?
Thank you, Chairman Edwards, members of the Planning Committee. My name is John Gallagher, John T. Gallagher, Planning.
It wasn't on. John T. Gallagher, Planning and Associates from 24 Hibbert Road, Huntsville. I'm also here with the owner of the property, Jill Knowlton. I think Caitlin has done a good job of explaining the application. I heard, just a few minutes ago, you asking about when we send things away to the applicant for more information. In this case, we got sent away in August, but it took this long for surveyors, et cetera, to get the work done on the project. So sometimes it can take a little longer than coming back in a month or two. As Caitlin had stated, we had an existing building and we have a proposal for 2 items. One is a covered deck on the front of the building and then a future addition off to the side. The location of the existing dwelling is central to the lot. There's significant buffers surrounding the lot. And you'll see in Caitlin's report that my client has even gone so far as to start planting some trees along the roadway to act as a buffer for that fairly busy section of roadway there. As Caitlin had said in her report, there's a big discrepancy with regards to the lots under 1 acre allowing a significant amount more of frontage than one that is greater than. And I imagine staff will pick that up in the new comprehensive development permit or amended zoning bylaw. The property, the staff are supporting the application and there's been no objection to the application. I'd be glad to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak in support of this application? Opposition? Questions from the members?
No.
Oh, that's right. Okay, well, thank you very much. No questions. They have the resolution. Thank you. Moved by Mayor Kelly, second by Councilor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 1823 and bylaw 2023-092 Knowlton be approved, subject to the following amendment, that bylaw 2023-92 and Schedule 2 be updated to reflect the amended proposal. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. Sorry we had to have you wait so long.
That's okay.
Okay. So the next order of business is 8A. And that is a presentation of the report of the comprehensive zoning bylaw update, community planning permit system. Yes.
I'm a bit concerned of jumping into this one and noting how long it may take and wondering if we should just take our lunch now.
Everyone agree with that?
Once we get in.
Okay, so we're gonna take lunch. I'll give you some, a little bit. Yeah, let's do David's report quick and then it'll be 12 o'clock. We'll take an hour for lunch.
Thank you. Still good morning, committee. So as usual, staff director has prepared a year-end report of the activities of the 4 divisions of the Development Services and Environmental Sustainability Department for 2023. Obviously bylaw, economic development, building, and planning, and provide a number of stats and appendices for your review. As I've done in previous years, provided some impact information, and you'll see in those charts for 2023, again, the Township of Muskoka Lake saw the highest growth in new assessment for seasonal properties across the province, again, by a fairly healthy margin, and was the 3rd largest growth in assessment for all municipalities with a population under 15,000. But MPAC did note, and you'll see that kind of reoccurring theme in some of the figures for the various divisions, that across the province there was a bit of a drop, and I'm sure everyone's experienced that, just their own personal experiences. During COVID, obviously there was rapid growth, very low interest rates, the ripe economic conditions, and things have seemed to have fallen back to earth a little bit. So we do see a bit of a drop in 2023. You see that in the building activity, a decrease of 333 permits compared to 2022. But one of the bigger projects that that division was working on behind the scenes, council did approve the update to the sewage reinspection program. Behind the scenes, building staff were diligently working away to roll that update out in 2024. A lot of work was done in that regard. With respect to economic development, one of the bigger projects again was implementation of the community improvement plan, doling out money between it and community grants, close to $100,000 in both public and private incentives, and physician recruitment became a rather significant issue in 2023. One of the areas where a decrease did not occur was bylaw enforcement. We're continuing to see increases in bylaw enforcement activity. 382 formal complaints received in 2023. That does not include informal inquiries, and again, complaints that generally go nowhere. Those are 382 formal complaints received. Again, there's a graphic showing what issues that predominantly pertains to, but typically zoning, dock control, property standards, dark sky, and tree and site issues last year, which is pretty common compared to previous years. Purely from a financial perspective, fairly significant fines were awarded to the township. We collected close or just over $250,000 in 2023, so quite a significant increase over previous years. and obviously as well implemented the or approved the administrative monetary penalty system. And we've just recently started to start issuing AMP charges. And lastly, in planning, similar to the others, a bit of a decrease in application numbers. Again, due to, I think, a downturn in building activity, but also a big chunk of that year, there was no site plan control, if you recall, from the province. They only reinstated that late in the year. So with respect to, again, other projects that were going on, so not just specifically application numbers, you may recall the building division implemented e-permitting in 2022. In 2023, planning got on board with Clough permit as well. Now all planning applications are submitted online. As I previously noted, building division staff are ready to implement and roll out the updated sewage system reinspection program in 2024. Did approve a climate adaptation plan and dealt with, of course, the two big planning matters, Minette and our official plan. The Minette appeals and district did finally approve our new official plan. And again, with respect to some of the bylaw activity, we approved a AMP system, and short-term rentals obviously was a big special project in 2023, which will continue in 2024 as well. So hope you find the information informative and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pink. And yes, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. And I can tell you, and it's not a question, it's a comment. This is a really impressive set of numbers, really impressive set of accomplishments. Really an impressive team effort. I use that term. It's what I look for in any organization, but this is a superb team, well led, well run. I think they actually seem to like each other when you work together, which is really cool. Makes the job a lot easier. And so, you know, we as council can't influence compensation, but the third best thing that I have to offer, which I value pretty highly, is respect and gratitude. And you've earned that in spades. So thank you and keep it up.
Thank you. Well, I'm just going to go across from the top, so we'll take Councillor Kent.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Pink. I had just two quick questions. Do you expect that you mentioned the 250,000 fee number for 23? Do you expect the AMPS program will maintain that amount, increase it, et cetera, given that I guess we will have it for just about the full year? And the second question was, I'm so surprised by the 36 dog complaints. What are these complaints typically related to? Are these like people in the park without their leashes? Anyway, I'd appreciate a little insight on that just for my own curiosity. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. You know, fines like planning application and building activity are really difficult to predict and look in a crystal ball. You may have one or two or several really significant violations where awards or penalties can be inflated. But I think generally speaking, most of the big chunk of that monetary value is when Part 3 charges are laid. So I don't think AMPS will really increase that, but I do believe because of AMPS and the ability to increase the nominal ticket or short form wording we have, I think we will see a modest increase because of that, but also hopefully a slight reduction in legal fees because of that system and getting out of the sort of bogged down court system. So hoping to see a slight bump. But again, I think there was a few significant matters which increase the award amount, and who knows if we'll get that same situation in 2024. With respect to the dog, I'll leave it to Mr. Kennedy perhaps to provide some more commentary on exactly what those complaints typically entail. Thank you.
I happen to be the owner of two, so that's the personal curiosity here. I'm surprised at the number, that's all.
Yeah, through the chair, mainly dog control complaints surround running at large or dog attacks or bites that happen throughout the township. But for the most part, there was an odd one for a barking dog, but those three are kind of the top three in dog control complaints that we get throughout the township.
My only question, it's not related to the hiking trails like Hardy Lake and those places. It's basically in town complaints is my guess. That was really what I was curious about.
Yeah, through the chair, that'd be correct. It's not, we get the odd complaint. I think we had one for Huckleberry Rock this year for dogs being off leash on that trail. But yeah, for the most part, it's just dogs unfortunately escaping their owners at their house and running
Okay.
down the streets and stuff, and we have to go catch them.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to staff. I was quite excited to hear that number of $250,000 of fees collected, because I know when or I recall when we were talking AMPS, it was a real struggle to collect fees that were or awards that were deemed by the province. Why do you think the number is so high? I think you also mentioned something about there was a couple of significant ones, but what do you attribute to the success at getting to the 250,000?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, in regards to the fine amounts that we've collected, as Mr. Pink has said, we had a few significant guilty pleas that happened in 2023. So one being just recently, actually, I think it was either October or November, we had a guilty plea for about half of the defendants on one case that resulted in a $90,000 penalty. And that was paid, I think, 2 days after they were convicted. So we've had a couple other ones this year that have closed that were roughly around, the $20,000-$30,000 mark. So, we've been quite successful in resolving cases in court. We still have a number of matters that are still under Part 3 and still hoping to be resolved. Speaking of two that I believe are roughly around the 135 counts on an information. So doing math quickly, like there's one person that on a total payable, which I will straight up say that is this number is we're never going to get something like this. But total payable, you're looking at about $21 million in penalties that they're on for. As I said, we're not going to get anywhere close to that, but that's the total amount payable that we can get off 135 counts, mainly through building and zoning charges.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bosworth.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask more questions that were just answered by Mr. Kennedy, but I have to say I'm absolutely delighted by those numbers, not because it's a lot of money, but because it sends such a strong message. I mean, we do remember our objective isn't to make money on this. Our objective is to have no complaints because we can't find any. But these kinds of fines send a huge message to our constituents that you asked us for strengthening more bylaw enforcement, you're getting it, and that will make people respect our bylaws. But no, let me go back to the complaints. I was just wondering how broad-based it is, or do we have a handful of people that create a lot of questions, or are they pretty broad-based around it, both numerically and geographically?
Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
Through the chair, I don't know if I fully understand the question, but if you're asking if it's like repeat offenders every year, we get the odd person that is a repeat offender, but for the most part, complaints that come in through the year are generally, first-time offenders, if you will, that are dealt with. So it's kind of all across the township. I would say the big three lakes are the main areas where we get like tree conservation and site alteration complaints. And then, spreading out from there, that's where we get a lot of the zoning complaints as well. So it does, spread out throughout the township quite evenly, I think.
So just a supplemental on that, the flip side of that is, do we have some dedicated complainers who are, do we have 60% of the complaints coming from 5 people, or is it spread out pretty evenly?
Through the chair, yeah, we do have some habitual complainants, if you will, in certain areas of the township, but without getting into any details and locations, I'll just confirm that, yeah, there are a few out there that are complaining on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mazen.
Thank you, and through you, I won't repeat because there's been some good question and dialogue already on the bylaw. A specific question actually on the septic program. I'm always pleased to see every year the annual report. It's very detailed by, I think these are our summer students. And at the end, they always include some recommendations for improvements, I would say, to the program or to our approach. And I'm just wondering, if I could hear from staff, how do you prioritize the recommendations, from the ones that were given this year? Are there specific actions that you're contemplating as we go into next year's program?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you. We do look into those recommendations from the seasonal staff, and it is a report that's reviewed by both myself, Sandy, and in this past year, the re-inspection program administrator / inspector and we give the improvements suggested. In some cases, it's maybe more in the weeds and less high level. Unfortunately, I can't speak to the specific recommendations made this year, but that is something that we are reviewing with the new staff taking on that responsibility of the maintenance inspection program upcoming for this year. I hope that's satisfactorily.
So just if I could, a quick supplemental.
Yes.
There's a few that are process oriented that seem practical by nature, and it just and there's a few that I've seen consistently year over year. I guess the specific, it's funny you use the word into the weeds, but that Japanese knotweed seems to be such a significant issue. And I think we learned that it really is a tricky one. So I don't know what and how to approach it. Their recommendations seem to be pretty specific and pretty difficult, I think, to implement. And yet I don't think we want to just shy away from something that seems like a pretty significant issue. So you may not be able to answer this. I think that's why I was trying to keep it broader. Just how do you go about taking these and actually acting upon them?
Yes.
Thank you, and through you. The specific Japanese knotweed is a more complex issue because it does affect sewage systems, obviously, but the implications and maybe the legislative requirements to manage and remedy those problems fall outside of the Building Code Act, and it would be, I think, through maybe not property standards, but bylaw enforcement, and Rob can speak maybe better to this of the complications of knotweed and it being a not considered an invasive species at this time, I believe. So there's some gaps that are created there. So at this point, what we can do and what we continue to do is treat it as an education process and direct back to the provincial standards, the provincial suggestions and requirements of how to manage and deal with Japanese knotweed on privately owned properties.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Roberts?
Thank you. I'll be very quick. And I think it's appropriate at this time to give my applause to Bylaw. What we're seeing in Ward B, specifically on an occurrence that happened recently. It was handled very, very well in my opinion. I think Councillor Mazin will, by Bylaw, very appropriately. And also on the other side of this is on the short-term rental, the draft licensing bylaw that just was published. I went through it with a fine-tooth comb every time, but at this time, for what we have asked Bylaw to do, they've done a very comprehensive report, and I think it's a really good one that's gone out to public for opinion. Not to say that we might tweak it, but Rob and staff have done an excellent job, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, thank you very much for that report. And now we're going to take a lunch break and we'll come back at 1:10 Thank you very much, everyone. back online, please. We're ready to start. Okay, so we're just waiting for Susan and Sally. Yeah, we have quorum. Yeah. Yeah. We'll wait another minute just in case. Susan and Sally, if you're there, there's Susan. We just need Sally. Sally, are you there?
She's in the meeting or can't.
Is that right? Okay.
Like she's in the Zoom.
Okay, she is in the Zoom. Well, we'll call the meeting back to order then. Can you bring the public in? Good. I've still got planning permit. System, okay, so we're all set. Okay, so Bryce, would you like to go ahead with the comprehensive zoning bylaw update?
Just. Sorry, my apologies.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Edwards, and good afternoon, members of Planning Committee. You will recall that in November, I provided you with a report and gave a presentation on replacing the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw with a community planning permit bylaw, and I have provided committee with the related terms of reference attached to that report and included in today's agenda package. You will also recall that I presented on the topic in December, and committee discussed and debated it at length. Planning Committee deferred making a decision in December, and the matter is now returning for further consideration. If Planning Committee opts to proceed with a regular update to the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw, staff will return to committee with the related terms of reference next month. Or if committee wishes to expedite, staff can bring the terms of reference to next month's council meeting. Planning Committee has been provided with a letter by Susan Eplett and Lori Thompson on behalf of the Muskoka Lakes Association and from the on behalf of the Friends of Muskoka, citing concerns with a community planning permit system. Ken Pierce of the Muskoka Lakes Association and Steve Fauner have also registered to delegate today. I am available for questions, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharp. And who do we have first? Looks like Mr. Fauner. And who would like to go first, Ken or Pierce or Mr. Fauner?
Mr. Fauner, if that's okay with you, please.
That's fine.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Edwards, members of Planning Committee, Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L184. I'm here today just providing some planning advice on behalf of the Muskoka Lakes Association just regarding the proposed CPP bylaw. And I've had some experience over the years with the bylaw and familiar with some of the history as to when it started as the development permit bylaw at the Township of Lake Bays. And I believe actually Mr. Hammond probably is actually has more experience and more knowledge about that than I do. But at the same token, I certainly have some background related to that. When the development permit bylaw was first considered, one of the main things, or reasons or advantages that it was highly touted was, you could deal with tree preservation and site alteration. And that was at a time when we didn't have those bylaws. at Muskoka Lakes Township anyways, and other municipalities. That was prior to those being passed under the Municipal Act. So that was a distinct advantage for the development permit bylaw. Since that time, of course, we've had municipalities, including Muskoka Lakes, pass those bylaws, and I think the CPP bylaw, quite frankly, I think has lost some of its relevance. It does help to combine site plan approvals, but you can do that now. You can have a site plan approval at the same meeting as a zoning bylaw approval, for example, and you can, in essence, sort of combine the processes in that way. So that's just what I wanted to mention regarding the history. And of course, site plan control has been recently reinstated by the province for it to use for waterfront properties. So I don't see the same advantages that there once was. Secondly, the CPP bylaw is not necessarily a great enforcement tool. Now, especially when you're dealing with things like tree preservation and site alteration, because your bylaw allows you to have stop work orders and orders to remedy. To my knowledge, I don't believe you can build that into a CPP bylaw. So, and I know that David alluded to some possible being able to address certain uses under the CPP bylaw. Maybe you can, but your enforcement still comes back to trying to enforce it under the Planning Act, and that can be very cumbersome. The third thing I wanted to point out was the increase in administration time. My experience as a consultant and discussing it with the planner at the time of Lake of Bays as to what was the most challenging part of the development permit bylaw. And he said it was the time that it took to explain the bylaw to everybody because it was different than zoning. And I take that, he said that was very significant. And the thing is, Lake of Bays doesn't have near the workload that the Township of Muskoka Lakes does. So there's going to be, I believe, an inordinate amount of administration time just trying to explain the bylaw. The fourth thing, I guess, regarding sort of facilitation of faster approvals, I kind of see that, in my opinion, because now that some of those advantages are no longer there that I cited just a moment ago, that the CPP bylaw, in some respects, I hate to say, I think is a little bit misplaced in cottage country. If you were to poll people on the waterfront, do they want to have a streamlined and quicker approval process to facilitate more development on the lake? I think most people are going to say no. I don't think they necessarily want to see it go that way. It might help planners, but to be more, fastidious, I guess, and speedy, but I don't know that it is really what people want in the Township of Muskoka Lakes, for example. So you don't want to have faster approvals just to have faster approvals. You want to get it right. So, and as I say, currently you can combine your zoning process with the site plan process if you wish. And then there's less public approvals or less public input because you're going to have staff allowing or being permitted to.
30 seconds.
Okay, I'll get to my very last point then. I guess the last point I would say is, does the current system, is it not working to the state where you have to bring in a whole new CPP bylaw system? In my opinion, the current system's not perfect, but I do not believe that it warrants that you go to a whole new system. I just think that the administration time and the additional time is just going to outweigh any of the advantages. So those are my comments. I think the existing system, it has its flaws, but I think overall, I think it works fine, and you don't need to sort of reinvent the wheel with a new bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fauner. And next is Mr. Piercy.
Yes, thank you, Chair Edwards.
5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Ken Pierce, I'm actually Friends of Muskoka hat for this one, 2232 Muskoka Road 169. As Mr. Fauner said, can we tweak the existing zoning bylaw process? And I think the answer is yes. At the last meeting, Mr. Sharp did note that council could delegate minor variance applications. If they're going through a 100% approval rate, you could delegate this to staff now. As Mr. Fauner said, there's nothing to prevent you from having site plan approvals coming to council at the same time as zoning bylaw amendments. And Director Pink also noted that there are workarounds for imposing conditions in a zoning bylaw amendment. You've heard about experience of planning staff in Huntsville and Lake of Bays, but anecdotally, we understand that at least one politician in Huntsville is not terribly enamored with the CPPS. And we also know that the Lake of Bays Association, the major cottager association in Lake of Bays, I think initially thought that CPPS might be good when they're at a time when there wasn't the same development pressures, but they're also facing significant development pressures now. And I got to tell you, they're not terribly happy with CPPS. So, you know, the planners are sort of one side of the equation, but the other side is the public. And even Mr. Fauner and Councillor Nishikawa, I think I heard say that working with the zoning CPPS has been challenging for people. I just wanted to say, we had this John example. What does John see? What does John do? John doesn't go for a voluntary pre-consult with staff. And that's on John. And of course, CPPS, it would be mandatory. So that's a plus. John doesn't hire a planner. CPPS doesn't help with that. John has to use CPPS, but he doesn't know much about zoning bylaw processes, let alone CPPS. He can talk to his friends, but they're not going to know. Nobody knows. I mean, it's going to take quite a while for people to kind of figure out what it's all about. So that's not going to help. John has to submit both a zoning bylaw amendment and a site plan agreement material at the outset now. And you know, one-stop shop, it all comes in one application. But if he can't get past the zoning bylaw amendment issue, maybe he has some serious use issues. He's had to spend the time now to do expensive studies, perhaps, and negotiate site plan agreement terms, et cetera, and maybe he never gets there. So that's just something to keep in mind, that you know, the one of the pluses is maybe actually a minus. And between the zoning bylaw amendment and the SPA, John changes his plans and he adds some patios without approval. Well, maybe the second site visit caught that for the current process. I'm not sure that with CPPS it would. So maybe there's something to be said for that. Do John and staff spend less time overall with the CPPS? I'm not really sure that they do. Arguably, maybe a bit, maybe none at all. So let's say 10 hours for a zoning bylaw amendment by staff and 10 more hours for a site plan agreement. So 2 site visits, perhaps 2 applications. You kind of have to pick it up again. There's a little bit of, you know, there's a bit of a delay and maybe you're not as familiar. You have to familiarize yourself. So maybe it's CPPS is maybe 18 or 19 hours. But the problem is that, you know, that's a couple of hours and you have to incur all of the costs up front. I mean, the whole thing, the whole application, including site plan approval, all that has to be done at the outset. So on balance, I don't know. I don't think it really adds or gets you much further. My final comment, we would encourage you to support allowing you to spend the time to do your best to get it right and rather than speed. I don't think, as Mr. Fauner said, I don't think speed is the ultimate goal here. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Percy. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this? No? Okay. Yeah, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. I just have a question, if now is the appropriate time, for Mr. Fauner, if I could. Mr. Fauner, you mentioned, I think, that to the extent there's a breach down the road under CPPS, we're limited to enforcement under the Planning Act. And I think your words, at least as I wrote them down, said it's a lot more cumbersome. I'm not sure I understand why it's more cumbersome. Can you maybe share, please?
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, I'm really making the comparison to the tree conservation bylaw and site alteration bylaw, where you have the ability to use a stop work order, for example, and in order to comply. You don't have that ability when you're enforcing something under the Planning Act, such as a site plan agreement, for example. You do have to go through the court system for that. You have staff that are much more experienced at that than I am, but that's where I draw the main difference. you don't have that ability to use a stop work order in order to remedy. So
Thank you.
That's yeah.
Anyone else with any questions? Yes, Councillor Bosworth.
Thank you, Chair. I have 4 questions. The one sort of a technical one to Mr. Sharp. Do we automatically refund payments or fees if we are past our the number of days? I think we have 30, 45, and 90 days, depending what type of application. Do we automatic refund fees?
I'll let Mr. Pink answer that.
Thank you, through you. It's a relatively new provision. You may recall the province delayed the implementation of it, so it was only later last year, and we have not, I believe, had an application where we haven't met the timelines yet. We are working with our solicitor to get clarification on exactly how the refund system should work. We've had some verbal discussions and direction, but we're looking to solidify that in writing at this point. So no answer yet, as we haven't had to face the decision just yet. My personal preference is that it would be on request, but not sure if that'll be the ultimate outcome.
Thank you. Second question is, what percentage of our minor variances and zoning bylaw amendments do we have citizens raise concerns? And I'm asking that because if a citizen raises concerns under a CPPS, it automatically goes to committee. So I was just trying to get an idea of today, how often does that happen? Rough estimate. You may not have exact numbers.
Yes, go ahead.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Bosworth. On short notice, I don't have the numbers for zoning bylaw amendments, but you'll recall in my December presentation, we did put some numbers together with respect to minor variances that were approved in 2021. There were 87 total minor variances approved in 2021. 67 of those applications received no objections. So 20 of the applications, minor variances that is, did receive written objections, or 23% of the total. So those applications under a community planning permit system would be quote unquote bumped up, if you want to say that, to a committee level. Thank you.
And Mr. Sharp, if you could take a swag at ZBAs, would it be a similar number? Because I don't mentally, I can't kind of recall them in my mind.
I mean, it would be very difficult, I think, at this point to say, Councillor Bosworth, it would be purely anecdotal, and I'm hesitant, I think, to guess. I can only speak to the numbers that we looked at for minor variances and that we investigated at a staff level. Thank you.
And the final question is, my understanding is CPPS cannot be taken to the OLT. Mr. Pink and Director Pink and I were talking about this yesterday. I don't know whether he managed to get an opinion or an answer on this next question, but would it also mean that that decisions made under the CPPS could also not go to OLT?
Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair. I don't think it's a matter of not being able to appeal to the OLT. I think where your question may be coming from is with respect to the notion of third-party appeals. In other words, appeals that are made by neighbors. Currently, minor variances, neighbors cannot appeal those types of applications. Currently, zoning bylaw amendment applications, neighbors can appeal under a CPPS. Under CPPS, neighbors cannot appeal. So there would be a bit of a distinction there, as we had pointed out in our report and in our presentations to Planning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. That helps. I think I was probably misunderstanding things.
Okay, is there any other questions? See? None? Moved by Councillor Mazin, second by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Council that the terms of reference attached to Appendix 1 to Report Plan 2023-131 respecting the update to the township comprehensive zoning bylaw be approved, and that staff be authorized to prepare and issue a request for proposal based on said terms of reference to obtain consulting services to complete a community planning permit bylaw. So you've heard that. Any questions or comments on that? Yes, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you to planning staff. I'm curious to know, there's really a couple of elements to moving forward with a CPPS program. One of those elements, it seems to me, needs to be an effort among or by council to delegate authority levels to staff so that the full impact of CPPS can be realized, by virtue of the role they play under that system. If council in all of its wisdom decided not to delegate anything more than is currently delegated to staff, if it was just status quo, stick to what staff has predominantly been engaged in without involvement of council, is there any real benefit, or it's not, is there? What is the real benefit of moving to a CPPS system if nothing material changes in terms of the delegated authority?
Who would like to answer that? Mr. Sharp?
Through you, Chair, and thank you for your question, Mayor Kelly. As we had pointed out in December, obviously the main benefits of a CPPS in the circumstance that you've pointed out would be largely diminished. I think there would be some benefit, wouldn't be entirely lost in terms of, streamlining the approvals process. I would just note, just to clarify one comment that I believe Mr. Pierce had made, that I had suggested that minor variance applications under the current system can be delegated. I don't think that is in fact the case. Consent applications can be delegated. And that certainly, if we stick with the existing system, or if we go to CPPS, that could of course be explored. But those would be my comments for now. Thank you.
Did you want to answer? Go ahead.
Thank you, through you. Just to add briefly to that, I guess as Mr. Sharp noted, a lot of the benefits would be diminished, but I think one of the still remaining benefits would be combining the application process. So applicants wouldn't have to submit both site plan and zoning amendment, and staff wouldn't have to review both apps. I know a number of the speakers noted that you can still deal with them concurrently. Yes, you can. You can deal with them at the same time, but property owners are still filling out two forms, submitting two fees, going through two processes. Staff is still mirroring two processes at the same time. It would still merge them if under the CPPS. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Berry.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, this is a comment. Much as it pains me to go against a staff recommendation, I'm not going to be able to support this. I would say the single most often question I get asked as a counselor is how the, fill in the expletive here, did they get to do that? Whatever that is, typically building on the lakefront. And I cannot, for the life of me, understand how speeding up the process in favor of potentially less control is going to help with a thoughtful and reasonable development in the township of Muskoka Lakes. And I recognize that planners are here to help us develop. Planners like development as a general rule. Planners are trying to move development through in a nice, orderly fashion. I just feel that CPPS, from everything I've read, works in those municipalities that have a very homogeneous view to development. And the one thing I can say about the township of Muskoka Lakes is we have no homogeneous view. Every lot is different. Every lot is special. There's something wrong with every lot. And moving to a CPPS that is going to speed up the process, in my view, is just something I'm not going to be able to support, and I may be alone on this. It won't be the first time I've voted and been alone on an island. You know, that being said, I really feel that we should get on with trying to make sure our official plan that the last term of council spent so much time on, so much energy, and getting a comprehensive zoning bylaw in place as quickly as we possibly can, even if it's in a couple of phases, because there's contentious pieces. I'd like to see the non-contentious pieces get through as quickly as we can, and try and move on so that we can actually get some things done, as opposed to continually circling back and circling back and circling back. You know, I'm quoted in my business affairs a lot of times saying that you know, finish is more than just a nationality, and it's time for us to finish this.
Councillor Bosworth.
Thank you very much. I have spent a lot of time making sure that I am happy that I understand this process. Actually, in the last couple of days, I have gone back and listened to our whole discussion at our last meeting. I think it was about 4 hours worth of discussion, which speeded up probably meant I spent 3 hours on it. I also had a brief email discussion with the mayor of Lake of Bays, Terry Glover, to try to get some complete understanding of it. And to me, there's a number of appealing attributes to it. And let me just kind of go through some of them, as Director Pink and Mr. Sharp have pointed out. The combined applications of site plan and zoning bylaw amendments together does have some appeal to it, I think. But as pointed out, maybe not appeal to us, but maybe not to the applicant, because they may end up doing a site plan agreement that they didn't need. A committee would see site plans, which today we don't. We can impose conditions on the zoning bylaw amendment that we can't do today, because we can only do that on minor variances. So I like that. We don't have to refund the money if we go past the date. But of course, there are some negatives. One of them is the 45-day period. I'm not sure that that's going to result in any OLTs. I don't think that's a huge concern, because I think as long as I can remember, nobody's gone to, we've only had one, maybe two cases go to OLT because they didn't make the time frame. And as was discussed we've had previous mentions saying that I think that, you know, certainly in the Committee of Adjustment, sometimes we were months behind, and people did not go to the AOT. So I'm not so concerned about that one. The public would have to register to delegate. I figured that one out by listening it through. One of the big concerns I have is that we're going to spend another 3 to 6 months. I'm not so concerned about the $10,000 to $50,000 more of consulting fees, but 3 to 6 month extension of this process, that I think is Mr. Pink's, Director Pink's opinion. And that concerns me, because we do want to get our CPPS or zoning bylaws in place, given that we have our new official plan. I think I mentioned public would have to register to be a delegate, which they don't have to do today. And of course, they would lose their right to go to OLT. And although numerically not that many happen, about 20% of our appeals to OLT are from citizens. So, but in the broader context, I just think that we are not going to see much benefits out of this. I think this council will be reluctant to delegate significantly enough to staff to have the payback. I think that once citizens understand that the only way they're going to be able to voice their concern is that they have to make an objection. So today you can, in the last hour, you can decide and come to the meeting and be able to voice your concerns. That if they learn that they won't be able to do that because they won't see the case, then they will learn to complain ahead of time, and we will see objections coming up, and which of course forces it into the process that's almost identical to today's. And also, I just don't think our community is ready for this degree of change. There's some issues that I would stand out if I firmly believed that it was a benefit to our community and our township, even if it wasn't popular. This one I don't feel strongly enough about. I can't see the benefits, and I can see how the benefits could be diminished within the process. So I am going to suggest that we not implement CPPS, and that we come back at next council meeting with a term of reference for a comprehensive zoning bylaw.
Thank you. And Councillor Zavitz.
Yes, thank you. And through you, totally in support of Rob, what Rob just said, and certainly Councillor Burry, rest assured you won't be voting alone on this one. I won't be supporting it either. I think for the reasons stated, just to be brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. First of all, thank you. I'm really appreciate the fact that we had an extra 30 days. I needed the time to sort through this. Like Councillor Bosenworth, I spent quite a bit of time cringing at some of the comments that I made as I watched the tape. The last Councillor Bosenworth, I took what I thought was a long and rambling list of reasons to object it, and I narrowed it down to two really big things that I can't get past. I think there's workarounds for a lot of the other objections that I had, but the two big ones, one is identical to what I said last month. And the reason that I asked the question about whether there's efficiencies to be gained if we don't delegate more. I have a very difficult time upping the delegation on any of these planning matters, particularly the ones that affect the waterfront, particularly the ones that potentially impact the environment or the character of this place. That was a big chunk of why I ran for this office. And it's not something that I think has nothing to do with the quality or the caliber of staff, has everything to do with the fact that as leaders, I think that ultimately is our responsibility to keep to ourselves, to take responsibility for, to take the heat from when some people disagree with. And that's not something I'm comfortable delegating. So that's my primary motivation. The other thing is really a practical matter. It seems like every department in our organization is under a microscope. I think I'm proud of that. We're looking at asset management plans. We're looking at parks and trails plans. We're looking at a arena feasibility study. There really is there is very little that we've left intact, unquestioned about this place when we found it. And I honestly think the work that's currently on the tables of our good staff is huge. It's overwhelming. It's critical. And I don't think this is an appropriate time to introduce yet another comprehensive overhaul to establish practice, one that we understand well, one that our constituents understand well, and to which they have, established and understood access to the extent that they want to make a comment. And so, and I must tell you, I appreciate the fact that we were given an opportunity to look at this. Anytime somebody has efficiency or a plan for efficiency, I'm all ears. I just think there are two big obstacles that I can't get past to find those efficiencies. And so, like a couple of previous speakers, I think it's time to move past this and to engage those that we need to engage to get going on a more traditional comprehensive zoning bylaw and enact all of the good efforts that have gone into our official plan.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kelly. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, I won't repeat what Councillor Bosenworth shared, nor what Mayor Kelly just shared, because we, I've, like them, have spent quite a bit of time over the last couple of months. And quite honestly, I'm glad that we took the extra time. I always applaud when people bring forward new ideas on how to conduct the business. And I feel like staff has done that. And I'm grateful for that. I, through this process, have tried to do the balance sheet as well, similar to how Councillor Bosamorth approached it. And in the same way, just don't feel like the balance sheet is in favor of making a significant change in this particular part of our business today. That being said, down the road, if we want to leave a door open to explore these types of things, I think that we should always be open to that. We've seen that in other areas of our business. The one thing that has kind of piqued my curiosity, and this is for ongoing continuous improvement, I would say, within our department, though, is there opportunities in these areas where you have identified ways the CPPS could improve our efficiencies for us to explore in our current system, those ways that we could improve our business? And for that, I would just continue to encourage Mr. Sharp, Director Pink, and others to continue to bring forward those types of ideas, because I feel like that is an area where we can make a difference. So at this point, I would suggest that I would be supportive of going down the path of a comprehensive zoning bylaw. In concert with that, though, is continue to encourage staff to come forward with efficiencies or new ways to conduct or manage our business. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Just building on what Councillor Mazin said, yes, it continues improvement, but I think it's more than just leaving it to chance that we'll do that. And I suggest and recommend, and I think that CAO Hammond talked about this, that we take this area and do an external company, not a consultant, something like KPMG or other companies of that degree of expertise, to come in and study the process and get a fresh look at maybe there's little things we can tweak, or even major things that we can tweak to speed up the process. Just the other comment I'll add, I won't repeat what my colleagues had said, that when I went through this, and I too did spend some time on it, is that I really couldn't get that measurable value. How, like when we were done, how do we measure success? So I couldn't see that. Thank you.
I think Mr. Fauner might have mentioned this, but I'm following along to a certain extent with what Councillor Roberts just said. When we go through this process, is there a way that we can try to bring in some of the efficiencies? I mean, when I look at this, some of the things that stand out for me is having a meeting with planning right at the very beginning of the process to say, okay, where do you want to go? How are you going to get there? Here's the process. Do we all agree that this is the process to follow? That seems to me like a huge efficiency. One of the at council a lot, and then I know planning staff spent a lot of time with those clients, those property owners, and the basic issue there, everyone agreed. All they wanted was a property where nobody was allowed to shoot a gun. And the whole fact that you could put agreements on title so that for that property, nobody can shoot a gun. Then we wouldn't have to worry, is it a hunting camp or whatever. I think there's some really interesting things in there that could solve a lot of our problems. And I'd like to, I don't understand if we can pull those in, or because basically I agree with what these guys are saying. It does seem to me to be a much more efficient process. It seems to have ways in which we can have more control over what the process is. And I don't understand, is there a way we can bring some of that into if we're going to go with the traditional process?
Thank you. So. Go ahead, Mr. Hammond.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, committee. So I applaud your enthusiasm to find efficiencies in the system, and certainly staff try to ensure that processes are conducted as efficiently as possible. But at the end of the day, the efficiency that was being proposed through the CPPS involves a delegation of authority to staff. And I will recall at least on 2 previous occasions with the previous council, mind you, staff came to then planning committee with a proposal to delegate certain types of consents or severances. And that's rights of ways, easements, things like that, that are approved literally 10 times out of 10 without any commentary. And at that point, committee had said, no, we want to maintain that level of review and control over the process. So I think efficiency to me is synonymous with time, which is synonymous with delegation of authority. And until committee council can grapple the issue of delegation authority in planning matters, I think the efficiencies that are in the system are already there. And I say that with full appreciation and respect of what I've heard this afternoon with respect to your views on your responsibilities or your views of your commitment to the community. And I applaud you for that. But I think when it comes to efficiencies, I think that's what it is. It's delegation of authority is what it essentially boils down to. Thank you.
Anyone else like to make a comment on this? No, I guess we're looking at this. Do we do a straw poll? And that, so if we call the vote, this will be, if you are not in favor of adding the CPP, obviously you'll be voting it down. Yes.
Thank you, through you. I don't know if a straw vote is really necessary. I certainly can read the room. I don't think this is going to pass. And so that it's not defeated in a further delay, perhaps direction be given to staff. We can amend the resolution so that a traditional terms of reference for a traditional zoning bylaw be brought directly to council. I want to put Mr. Sharp on the spot, but I think we can probably accommodate that by February. And then that would move the process along, as I heard a number of committee members speak to the need to get that process going. And I was really hoping to actually be in this spot last summer. So a bit behind.
So what you're saying, we don't vote on this, or we just drop? Just amend it now?
We could.
Could that be amended just to take that last section out, please?
Maybe take a 5-minute break. Sure.
Take a 5-minute break then and see what we can do. Okay, if we could get the ones on Zoom back in, please.
Here she
Five,
comes. They're
we
all
got,
there.
okay, so we got everyone back. I'll call the meeting to order. And this resolution is moved by Councillor Mazin, second by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that the resolution be replaced as follows. That the planning committee recommend to council at a terms of reference respecting the update to the township comprehensive zoning bylaw be approved, and that staff be authorized to prepare and issue a request for proposal based on the said terms of reference to obtain consulting services to complete a review of the zoning bylaw. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Oh, who's opposed? Sorry. Okay, one, okay. So I had your hand up. Okay, now where are we here? Going through that. And the only other thing is general information. David, you have anything on that?
Yes, I can report under item 16A, the Ontario Land Tribunal status update. The municipality did receive 4 appeals to the approval of our new official plan. One was in the name of LIPA, appealing several policies in section K under aggregates. Another from Miller Paving, which I believe I can confirm if needed. I believe in essence appealed section K. Another appeal in the name of Ballard, which has appealed recreational carrying capacity. And lastly, an appeal from our Muskoka, which by my count, I believe appealed 138 policies in the new official plan.
All 2 people.
Any questions? Yes, Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. It was sort of my thoughts when I heard about Miller Construction, and sometimes they are a subcontractor, I would say, doing our roads. I saw them twice last summer doing our roads. And I'm just wondering, legally, like, how does that all fit in when you have someone that's earning funds from the municipality, but then they're objecting to what we're doing at our municipality?
Someone like to answer that.
I don't know if Mr. Hammond wishes to add anything. I'd like to confirm that they're one and the same, but I don't believe there's anything prohibiting someone they have a right to appeal council decision. I guess that's something for council to consider moving forward as to who our contractors are, but I don't think there's anything prohibiting the activity. I'd have to, if committee wished, I could dig further with legal counsel.
Supplementary.
So actually, if I could request the question be asked of Mr. Clough, because it feels like it's already at the district anyhow, and I feel like he would be able to clarify that a little more, because often it's through Fowlers, right? Like, so then they sub out, Fowlers would sub it out, but they're doing work in our municipality, and sometimes it's through the district, but I'm just looking at spending their money on the legal end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and through you. My suggestion is that any matter that is coming before LPAT or rumored to be, we probably should not have big conversations about them in public. Thank you.
I think you're right. Thank you. Is there anything else, Mr. Pink, that you'd like to say? Staff approvals? Staff delegated approvals?
I have nothing further to add. If there's any questions under those items, I'm not sure if you asked if there's any new business either. I think we may have skipped number 15.
Member Bosworth, Councillor Bosworth?
Thank you through you, Chair, to Director Pink. Could you give us an update on the Manette OP discussions that have taken place at LPAT?
Thank you. I don't know if there's so much sort of discussions to relay information on, but I can say from a procedural recently, but the hearing date scheduled, I believe it was in December last year. Unfortunately, it was converted to a case management conference. There was a change in the issues list. I think the good news to report is that the number of issues on the issues list has been reduced significantly. However, unfortunately, because it is a new issues list, in essence, we're starting the process over in that a new procedural order was now issued by the tribunal, and it lays out future steps. Again, experts meetings or providing witness lists, expert meetings, providing witness statements, responding to witness statements, and then eventually having a hearing, which is essentially what we went through last year on a different issues list. So again, good news. I think we've gone from 10 to 20 odd issues to 2 in essence. However, unfortunately, we wasted last year to get there. And I don't have the exact date in front of me, but I believe we have, I believe it's 4 or 5 days set aside for hearing in May. The discussions are forthcoming among experts. And then I suspect, as with most tribunal matters, there will likely be broader discussions amongst the parties. But again, the hearing is not until May, and I will certainly report to council if anything emanates from those discussions that requires council direction.
Yes, Councillor Bosworth.
If it's only 2 issues, Director Pink, are you able to tell us what they are?
Yes, I believe the procedural order is a public document. I don't have, again, the precise language right in front of me, but really the 2 issues in essence, one has to do with servicing. There was a desire amongst the appellants to add additional detail around future necessary agreements, cost sharing, etc. And some changes were made to address that. Really short of getting into the weeds and a lot of details. The goal is really, I think this is hopefully an issue that can be resolved with some wordsmithing. There were some questions whether some initial changes in essence removed the requirement to service existing development with municipal water and sewer services. Again, so that's a remaining issue. And then the second issue is with respect to the percentage of permitted resort-related residential uses. One of the appellants is seeking 50% resort-related, where the official plan that was approved 30%. Those are the 2 remaining issues.
Okay, is there anyone else like to say something? And I think we've come to the part that we can just call the adjournment. Moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Member Kent. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee adjourned at 2:16 p.m. and the next regular Planning Committee meeting will be held on Thursday, February 15th, 2024 at 9 a.m. via an electronically or in-person hybrid format in the council chambers, municipal offices in Port Carling. All those in favor? Anyone opposed?